Greetings, I'm Barrett, and welcome to Meet Me at the Table. It's time to get creepy. We're going to be jumping into Dawn of Madness. For those of you that have just been watching the channel, you know that I just got a large shipment of the rest of my Kickstarter pledge for Dawn of Madness, and I couldn't resist. I had to jump back into this game. So we're going to be playing Dawn of Madness. We're going to be going through one of the new missions. The one we're going to be doing is called the Forgotten Void. The first one is going to be Game 1, The Body. The Forgotten Void is one of the expansion packs that just recently got shipped to me. So we are going to go through this and see if our characters can make it to the end. I'm not going to do a full setup, but I am going to explain a little bit about the difference in this setup versus a full setup for the game. And then we're going to jump right in and start playing. We're going to see if our characters can make it through the Forgotten Void. And if you're excited to do that, then I need you to meet me at the table. For those of you that have not seen Dawn of Madness before, I did a full playthrough on the channel, so you could go check that out. There is a playlist for it if you're interested in seeing the game. For this particular one, we're going to be playing through the Forgotten Void, which is going to be using two Wanderers. If you were playing with 4 players, it would ask you to take 2 other Wanderers from any other expansion to add to the game. But these 2 that we're going to be showing off are the main 2 for this first act, or I should say Game 1 of this. There are a few differences you're going to see from a normal setup. One is this dial. This dial is different from anything that we have from any of the other games. Those are fusion points that are going to be used either at the end of each game or in the finale itself. Some new things that are part of the setup, not just for this particular expansion, but for the game itself, is they removed some of the things that were and made it a little streamlined, hopefully a little bit easier. We do have a +3 chip now to show that since we're playing with only 2 players, we get a little bit extra boost in health. And also they have made these tokens here, so as we perform some of these actions on while we're moving down our track, we can actually flip these over if we use that action to remind us that we have done that. Because in the other one, there wasn't anything to be able to track that, and you might be able to take multiple actions as the game goes forward, and it bounces back and forth between who's acting, and you may forget what you've done. So these are going to give you the ability to remember you can only do 1 search, 1 domain, and 1 trade action per turn. Our character is Sophia, the student. Our Sophia, the student here, does have her introductory ability called Parts of the Body. I can roll 3 sentience dice of any color you choose at any time. Freely distribute the matching domains among all wanderers. Can disrupt actions, limit once per round. That's her first card. Seems very powerful. And then she does have this down here, something inside. It's unique. Action. Spend 2 domains to restore 1 health. You may also gain a wild domain of any sentience if the spent domains match the color type. Limit once per round. So again, those 2 things I can only do once. This one is an action, but this one is not. I can use that. She does have her starting values here that will roll up in just a short time here, but for now we're just going to leave that as is. Before we look at our new other character, I do want to bring your attention to this. This is also something new from the update pack that is going to remove the cards. There were some cards that were able to tell you that you could do some extra actions if you're playing with 2 or 3 wanderers. This particular card is going to, again, give you that ability to use these, and you can mark them off. So, for example, these are all going to be free actions our characters can take. If you're playing with 3 wanderers, you'd get a chance at using these. If you're playing with 2 wanderers, you get a chance to use all of these. And then down here it says any action optional applies to games with any number of wanderers. This is an optional one, which means that anytime we do get in, our characters would be able to take an extra action of any kind if we wanted to use that to make the game a little bit easier. They have kind of had built in the way to be able to handle difficulty adjustments. One of them is this here. There also is now a story mode that you can play that kind of makes it a little bit easier and has less terrors and things on the board that you have to deal with. So for example, if we decide to use one of these, I would have to put this token here and just say, okay, I'm going to use a domain and it doesn't count towards my limit. So I'm able to use a domain action if I wish to. Or if I wanted to, I could use this because I want to move, and I don't want to use the move up here because somebody might want to use that particular set of actions. So this does replace the cards that originally came with the game. Up here we have M. Ashford. He is the anthropologist. He's really the main character of this whole set. You're going to see that as we play through the different stories that Sophia will be replaced by another student. He actually has 4 different students that he's going to be using, or 3 students, I guess, that he's going to be having in each one of his little stories as we go through the different parts of the game. Of course, Game 1, Game 2, Game 3, according to the Forgotten Void books. So we'll have a new student for each one, but he's kind of the main shining star, I guess you could say. He does, of course, get the extra 3 health. He's got his tokens. He does have his own fusion dial up here. Just like Sophia, he does have his own basic existence cards, and he also has his own domain card that came with him. The roster is his domain card. It says it's an item. For an action, I can exchange 1 domain with another wanderer on any world shard. Limit up to 3 times per round. And it does have the ones down here that you can discard at any time to be able to use on actions or when you're being attacked or things like that. You can discard those to help. The next one we have here is going to be his existence card, the Arcane Studies. It says upon kill, a monster via a wild domain rift during your attack action gains +1 to the matching sentience color. I can use it, limit that once per round as well. And I think that's going to be our characters. So it's time to introduce our big bad here. This is going to be our abomination. This is not actually an abomination. This is also part of the new stuff that I just got. This was part of the sins of the lost. This is gluttony. I decided to use one of the sins. This sin, from what I understand reading through the book, is the easiest of the sins, so I am playing it a little bit easier. I haven't played in a while, so hopefully I don't get too punished by this. We'll see how it goes. He is going to take the place of the abomination. He cannot be killed. He does not have a health value. We're just going to have him out on the board causing trouble to us. As we play through the game, he's going to grow in power. We're going to be rolling dice to see kind of how he acts. He does have his own deck of cards that every time you activate him, you're going to reshuffle that card back into the deck. So you're never going to know what card it is. You can't plan it out. You can't be like, okay, I know what these 4 cards is. He only has 1 left. We know what that is. Not so. Not when you play against these guys. You're going to shuffle the card back in every time, of course, unless a rule says otherwise. Moving over here, we do have our terror deck all set up. This particular expansion doesn't have terror cards specifically for its story. It has just the terror deck, but from what I understand, as you play through this, things may happen that certain things or people or objects or other things may become terrors that are going to be more relevant to this story. We'll of course have to see how it all plays out to really fully grasp how this is going to be. The tokens you're seeing in front of you are actually new. This is again part of the update pack if you have the first edition of the game. These are going to replace the rolling of the dice when it comes to see which particular domains these characters are going to have on them. For example, when it comes to Rabid, when we go to see what we can hit him through, we're going to draw these tokens and place it on his card instead of rolling dice, finding the type of token to put on it, and then finally putting it on there. It hopefully streamlines the game and makes it move a little bit faster, not having to deal with rolling dice and then finding things. It's just you draw the token and bam, put it right on and you're ready to go. With that complete, I did want to show you a setup of the board. Right now we have our two characters, and we have our, I guess you could say, our sin, gluttony, out on our mental capacity track. We have the entire board set up. These are all placed randomly according to the rules. Now these are not double-sided like you see in my other playthrough if you watch it. These are actually the same on both sides, and there are cards pretty much on every one of these. This is built more to have to try to figure out by going to the different cards and experiencing the stories. That's how this one works. And then of course these cards may add more cards to them as you go, because there are more as we travel through their particular realm. All the cards for this are up there, and this is just the first one. There's a whole set of cards for the second one, a whole set of cards for the third one. All encounters are reality shards, which means the wanderers resolving the encounters experience them from either our main character Ashford's, or we're going to be doing it through Sophia's perspective. Any wanderer may enter any encounter unless otherwise stated on the encounter card itself. As you can see, it does have its own time track. There's not like a set of tokens down here that are going to have us turn to specific things and read them. We're just moving this time track up as we go. The way to win this particular mission is that we have to collect 20 encounter cards and kill the abomination. Now I know we cannot kill gluttony, so it does say in the rules that if you have a sin out on the board, you do not have to kill it. If they needed to win the game, to win your mission or scenario, you do not have to do that. Instead, you just have to do everything else. So we have to collect 20 encounter cards, and after that, then we're going to move into the final stage of the first mission. This is part of the normal setup. I do have to roll in my sentience cubes, or tokens, I guess I should say. So this is going to be for the student, Sophia Bennett. Looking at what she rolled, we'll place our tokens into these places. These were from the original Kickstarter. They were these little metallic tokens that I was able to get during that Kickstarter, which is pretty awesome. These are really neat. Otherwise, you just use the cubes that come with your games. We'll put the green one here, and we'll put another green one here. Those are done. We'll put the purple ones, the wild one here, and then that one there. Then we have our 3 yellow, which is here, here, and here, and our red one is in the eye. We got a lot of that one. That's out of control. All right, that is her roll. For those of you that haven't played, I am going to kind of explain the dashboard a little bit. First, we have the domains. We have the hand one up here. That is going to be, well, like it says, hand. Then we've got the eye, the head, the brain, or skull, sorry, brain, and the sphere, which is this one over here. The hand stands for action, attack, manipulation, and activity. And at that point, you may spend the domains of that hand icon there to help you reroll any number of identical colored dice. So for example, if I was rolling blue and I decided like what I wanted to, I could spend one of those to re-roll some of the blue dice. Of course, it does have to match the color of the token, from what I remember. The I stands for evasion, which we have a ton of right now. Awareness, observation, and comprehension. It's used to try to evade attacks. So lucky for us, we do actually have one auto evade from every color that happens. And just like I said, we can remove one of them to protect ourselves from one of the colored damage incoming. The brain stands for our thought, inspiration, and problem solving, which is going to be our next one over here. It's going to be able to allow us to use something in here that's going to replace anything we'd normally do on our mental capacity track, which is going to be kind of what we can do on our turn. We can always discard one of the colors of those tokens to do different things. For example, our green one right here allows us to gain a move action. The red one would give us an attack or confront action. The blue one would let us have a search or domain action. The encounter or component action would be yellow. And if you had a purple one there, it would be any type. The purple ones are considered wild. The skull is the next one down here on the bottom. That one stands for connection, fusion, empathy, and assistance. And it's going to be the area of the board that's going to be allowing us to assist other wanderers out on the board. How that works is we're going to be able to spend one of these tokens of the color of it is to give another wanderer out on the board the ability to roll an additional die for that test. And you get to do that after you see the roll that the wanderer has made. So if they failed in what they were trying to do by 1, I could give them a yellow, and it was yellow test. I could give them this yellow token to roll another yellow die and hopefully get what result that they need. And finally, we have the sphere, which is our other world, also standing for like the unknown or the inhuman. It's inconsistent, it's unformed nature. It's why it can be used for absolutely anything. So anything in this particular one here can be technically used as a wild for being able to help pass tests. It can also help us trigger different domain special effects or trigger other game effects that we may see in the game. So that's a quick rundown on what those all are. We do have, like I said, a lot of evasion, which is kind of cool. And the reason I knew what dice to roll and where to put these is based on the inside ring here. You can see little numbers. Those are their starting values. Next, we're going to roll for Ashford. Ashford also is going to get a whole ton of these to start with as well. So again, for Ashford, we'll put our tokens where they're supposed to go. We do have 2 reds. One is going to go in the hand, and one's going to go in the wild space there. We have the yellow ones, which are going to go in here, here, and here. We have the blues, which are wild and eyes. We have the hand here, and the eye here is purple. Now, each one of these dice does have a number that it appears on, or should say symbol, that appears more often than not. The red is going to have this symbol. The purple is going to have that one. The blue is going to have this one, yellow there, and green there. Funny enough, I really only rolled 1 and 2 that actually fit what they actually are supposed to roll more often than not. I also have written down their starting values on our tracker sheets here. These are going to change quite frequently, so we're going to have to keep track of their numbers that they have and how many they're going to be having to gain as they go forward. And it's important to remember that because we'll be rolling these based on the kind of tests and things we have to do in the game. So if it told me to do a red test for red eyes for Ashford, I'd be rolling 2 red dice to decide if he's able to pass it or not. Then of course I could spend any sentience that I have in that particular domain to see if he's able to pass. The last 2 things we have to do is set everything up, as we do have to start by rolling our die to see where these characters are placed. And of course, if you watch my original video, you'll know that I was not blessed with an 18-sider. I was blessed with a 20-sider. So if I do roll a 19 or 20, I'll have to re-roll that. So, or is it 16? I think it's 16. So if I roll anything higher than a 16, I have to re-roll it. So the first one's going to be for Ashford. Ashford is going to be on the 3. So we'll place his miniature that I have right here. I have not painted these up. I just got this and instantly started putting it out on the table. So he's going to go in number 3, which is way at the top. There isn't, from what I could understand or notice, there was not a miniature for Sophia. So Sophia is going to just roll the dice, see where she goes, and we're going to be using the standee for her. She got a 14. She is going to go out into the observatory. The last one we have to place down is going to be our giant gluttony figure. He's also going to be randomly placed where there isn't somebody. That's going to be at number 11, which is located way up here. He is in the pit. That's everything we have to do for setup. Now we'll start the game. The game is going to be played over 10 rounds consisting of 3 different phases: the event phase, the action phase, and the refresh phase. Now, from what I understand in this particular story, the event phase, at the beginning of the event phase, we have to spawn 2 of these terrors from the terror deck. So the first one we're going to reveal is Rabid. Rabid is going to be one of the people we're going to have to deal with. Now I'm going to place them on top of this. Normally these are used to track how many points you have gained in specific parts of a story, A, B, C, and D, and that's going to determine how your outcome of your story ends. But for this one, like I said, all we have to do is get 20 of these cards. So we have Rabid, and we have Whisper. Once these 2 now are out on the board, we're now going to gain, we'll put them out on the board, and then they're going to gain their sentience tokens that are going to be placed out here, and that is how we're going to be able to actually attack them. Let's roll our die and put our characters out here. First we have Rabid. Rabid, I believe, is this one right here. And sadly, these are the older figures. They do not have the names of them underneath, which is super cool. What do you know? I rolled a 20. Where's my 16-sided die? I don't have, oh, what do you know? I rolled another 20. Where's my 16-sided die? I did not roll another 20 because that would have been astronomical, but instead we got a 13. So we're going to place this creature out on number 13, of course, unless one of us is already there. 13 is going to be probably a little off camera right over there. Now we'll roll up our next one, which is going to be Whisper. Whisper got a 4. We're going to grab our Whisper character here. I think it's this one. We'll place it out on the board at number 4 in the church. Now that we're in the church, we are going to look at that particular card and notice it has a purple, red, and yellow sentience up there. We're going to then grab the tokens for those. We're going to grab a yellow one, we're going to grab a purple one, and we are going to grab a red one. Now these are the ones we're going to have to be able to attack them through. So we're looking for red eyeballs, purple wilds, and a yellow brain. And that's all we're going to do to set that person up. Next, we've got Rabid. Rabid's going to be drawing 2 reds and a purple. We'll grab this one because I kind of flew off the screen there. Grab 2 reds and a purple. The domains for him are sentient. We're going to be wilds and then a horror. The thing. Okay, that's great. Now, lucky for us, it did not grab a brain token. The brain token is actually going to be an extra ability for him, and when it comes to activating these, we'll show you those. Those particular enemies are going to be put out onto the track. And we're going to use these standees here to show which ones are which. Here is Whisper right here. We'll put the little thing in its little standee. And then we'll grab Rabid and we'll put his standee in right here. And we'll place them down on the sentience track based on where they're supposed to go. Rabid is going to be on a 3, and we're going to put Whisper on 5. Now, as you go down, you're going to be performing actions. These actions are going to cost you the mental capacity, and as it goes down the mental capacity track here, we're going to eventually end up passing them or landing on them. To determine which person is going to activate, it's going to be enemies, then wanderers. So if they're in the same spot as one, the enemy would activate first. The wanderers, though, are at at the top, so we do get to perform actions with them before any of this stuff activates, and maybe we can do something about these enemies before they actually start getting to us. Also, in a normal game, there would be tokens here that you would be using, and you'll be reading from a story moment. But for this particular mission, we're not going to be having those. This particular story does not have those tokens down here. So that's another part of the event phase, is moving that up the track and resolving the story that goes along with it, but there isn't a story for this one. The next part would be the action phase, but before then, we have to read our beginning part of our story and then figure out what we're going to do. You stand in the Dean of Ancient Studies' office, feeling like a nervous student instead of a tenured professor. Dusty shelves overflowing with leather-bound books in dead languages, boxes with faded postmarks, and looted artifacts from every continent tower all around you. Some artifacts seem to emit their own glow, while others would gather shadows even if the brightest sunlight. The only chair is the one the dean sits on across his heavy oak desk. So you stand. A chill shivers through your bones that has nothing to do with the snow drifting outside the window behind you. Professor Ashford, he begins, eyes trained on a box on his desk. It's time we talked about Kem. Kem, the nightmare ruins, the valley of death. It's the only thing you see when you close your eyes at night. The screams still echo in your ears after almost a decade. You catch a bit of your reflection in a gauze-shrouded mirror behind the dean. You look so much older than the optimistic young fool who took 3 of his top students on an expedition into Central America's dense jungles. You deserve the haunted look in your eyes. You lost them. Sophia, Thomas, Andrew, those bright young minds were yours to protect, and you came home without them. You still hear them, don't you? How could you not? The dean was there when they disappeared in the lost city of Kem. And you descended into the dark temple with walls of bones and a floor of inlaid teeth. He watched you venture beneath the spectacular pyramid. He witnessed when you and your students stood at those 4 pillars made of human spines, looking in at the carved black altar. You should never have read that dark incantation etched into the altar, but you could hardly refuse. Upon speaking the last word, you watched in horror as your students melted before you, boiling away into acid vapor. Something in your mind broke open, spilling like curdled milk as their screams echoed in the candlelit temple. If you hold your breath, you can sometimes smell it rotting in your brain. You still hear those screams every night. Yes, you answered him. Don't you? He nods. I do. That's why you're going back. No, you will never return to Kem. You burned all the notes about that horrible place. Mordicia, he says, open that box. When you returned from the disastrous expedition, the dean covered up the 3 students' disappearance, one of whom was his own son. He saved your career and maybe your life again. You approach the desk. Voices whisper urgently in the back of your mind as you open the lid and peer inside. Bring us home. On the bed of a dry straw lies a corroded metallic shape with rotted leather straps. It reminds you of something a diviner might wear to explore the sea's murky depths. The scent that wafts up supports this. A vision sears through your brain. You see the diver in the icy depths, frantic bubbles escaping his lips as a black tentacle drags him down, down, forever down. Pick it up, Mordicia, the dean says. Bring us home. The words echo in the 3 voices that will haunt you until you die. You hear them almost consistently now. They will never stop calling to you. You can't stop your hand as it reaches out to touch the thing in its bed of straw. The cold metal almost feels wet. The dean grabs your wrists as you hold the mask. You look up at him as he stares into your eyes and soul. You look down at your arms. They are not made of human flesh, but of black, wet tentacles covered in suckers, bristling with tiny, hungry teeth. Bring us home. It's time, Medusia. The Dean commands you, breaking your momentary nightmare. Your arms are flesh again, your human fingers holding the mass. Take it to Kem. Finish the ritual. You see the way. Open the gate and bring them home. I can't. You can and you will, he cuts you off. They're waiting for you. Bring us home. Here's entry 1. Now for this playthrough, I know I tried to read the names at the beginning. I'm pretty bad at reading names, and I apologize for anything I mispronounce. But I am not going to say that name because I'm sure I butchered it, and I apologize. If I said it correctly, then I am surprising even myself. We're going to always refer to him as Ashford, and I'm always going to refer to Sophia as Sophia. That's just going to be how we're going to do this, if that's okay with you. So we do have Ashford here, and it starts with Kem, the city that shouldn't exist. No map shows its location. No explorers hint at its wonders in Quintos or Belempen's dive bars. Your brain refused to register what your eyes beheld the first time you saw it. Now, you once more witness the cleared valley surrounded by jungles, noting stone ruins next to intact buildings of an unidentified material that shines in the blistering sun. An observatory opens to the sky that twists the mind at night, showing constellations that should not exist. And over all these wonders towers a flat-topped, bleached white pyramid you wish were stone. You cross the ruins again, barely glancing at the sights that once filled you with awe and scientific curiosity. You're here for a reason, and it lies beneath the pyramid. Lantern held high, you lead the small team through the hidden door and down the maze of corridors to the dark secret chamber. It's all still here. The altar, the pillars, shadows dance across the walls, inlaid with bones and teeth, smeared with ancient blood. No sign remains of your students who surrounded the altar with you a decade before. One person standing at each of the 4 pillars made of human spines. As you did then, you now stand at the front of the altar, but this time you have the mask. The mask momentarily blurs your vision as you hold it to your face. The words etched into the altar crawl over each other, forming and reforming into new letters, symbols, and sounds made visual on the bone-white surface. You read the new words one by one, feeling each syllable crawl out of your throat like a fat, slimy centipede. The smell chokes you on the last line, making you stagger back as you lower the mask. Finish it, Ashford. Dean Harrison's words smash into your brain from the doorway far behind you. You try again, holding the mask to your face, but again you choke on the smell of acid and the burning flesh. The agony should cripple you, but you feel nothing. Only the smell of your skin peeling away tells you the ritual is working. But this time it's different. The new words the mask reveals are impossible to speak, and you garble the last one out with what remains of your tongue. The dean screams at you as you drop the mask from your fingers, naked bones. But you cannot utter the final words without lips. No vision, pathway, or lost students here. There is only the acidic swirl that eats through your body and melts your mind, hurling you into a sharp, shattering blackness. At this point, the Wanderer Sophia would turn and read entry 2. But of course, I'll be playing both of them. None of the voices, the others, or the flickering, teasing shadows are real. You alone, again, just like you always have been and will be. Even your own mother didn't want you. She gave you up when you were just a toddler, and the agency brought you to another country and family. You always did your best to prove yourself worthy so they wouldn't send you away as well. But they did. First to a boarding school, then to college. No one has ever really wanted you, but something here whispers that it's all been a lie. You've glimpsed your real mother here, but some of the images have been horrifying, filling you with shame and terror. Others have been kind and gentle, but those are few and far between. The whispers say that she loved you, she wanted you, and if you can only find her, you could show her what you've become. A graduate student at the top of your class. She'll be so proud of you. She'll be so sorry she let you go, and you'll be her darling baby again, like you were before the old woman took you away. So, when you see her standing under the light of the moons, you cannot help but run to her. "Sophia," she whispers, eyes glowing with pride. "Mother, I've been looking for you forever." She pulls you into her arms, and you're briefly a child again. Sobs rack your body as Mother brushes her fingers along your cheeks, wiping away your tears. "My darling Sophie, don't cry. I found you. I'm proud of you. And there's only one thing you must do to keep my love forever." You'd do anything for that. Anything. "Open wide." Her fingers pry your lips and teeth apart. You feel your airway choked off as they lengthen and thicken, forcing their way down your throat. But she has so many arms, and they hold you still as the questing fingers find their path through your stomach and into your intestines. You cannot move as you feel the white hot prick your guts. When the fingers withdraw, it's clear they left something behind. It's something that burrows, something hungry. It's something that wants to grow inside you. "Mother," you choke out as she steps back, but it isn't your mother. It never was. It fades into the mist with a writhe of tentacles, and you pray to any god that might listen that this was only a nightmare. At this point, our action phase begins. Before we do start our action phase, there is something here on Gluttony we have to take care of. It does say at the beginning of each round, Gluttony gains X void tokens. X equals the total wanderers in play. So he's going to gain 2 Gluttony tokens. There were actually no tokens in the actual box for Gluttony. There probably are generic tokens, but I'm just going to use these as our tokens. Just use health tokens, totally fine. And then at the end of each action phase, Gluttony is going to use these tokens. It's going to discard all of its void tokens to distribute X yellow damage among all wanderers as evenly as possible. X equals twice the total discarded void tokens. It's going to be 2. There might be a way to maybe remove some of those tokens as we play against him, but for now, there is no way. He's just got those 2 tokens. We're going to have to deal with that every round. I'm going to have Sophia go first. Our 2 wanderers are in the same spot in our mental capacity track, so I can choose which one I want to go. I'm going to have her go first, and she is going to use one of her actions off of our status card here. This one we're going to use the attack within 3 spaces, and I'm going to put a token there to symbolize that I've used that. I'm going to attack up to 3 spaces, and as you can see, this board has lines drawn on it. This is how you're able to see what is linked to what. So 1, 2 away is Rabid, and 1, 2, 3 away is going to be Whisper. I'm going to try to take out Rabid this round before it activates, because I think I can kite Whisper around the board, but Rabid I don't think I can deal with. He's super fast and can do a lot of damage, so we need to try to take it out. So quickly looking at Rabid's card, in case you're wondering, because you might not see it, because I'm going to take him out hopefully. This person is going to, when it comes to its turn on the mental capacity track, if there's no wanderer in its space, it's going to move 2 places plus X toward the nearest wanderer, and when it reaches the wanderer's space, it's going to spend all of its mental capacity. If it ends in a wanderer's space, immediately check the action below, and the wanderer in its space is going to lose X skull domains. Rabid deals 1 yellow damage for each domain that cannot be lost, which is going to be bad. X equals Rabid's remaining mental capacity one, so most likely will do a lot of damage to us because it's very close to where our characters are, and it's going to be harder to kite this guy around because he's going to move 2 no matter what towards one of our characters. So I'm going to take this guy out. 1, 2, he's 3 away from me. At this point now, I have to choose one of these things to attack through. So I can either do a red wild, a purple wild, or a red eye. And when I go to make my attacks, I'm going to have to roll to try to get those results. Looking at what she has here, I see that I do have a red eyeball, so I'm actually going to roll for red eyes. Even though I only roll one die, it's going to give me one automatic success here. Well, actually, now that I think about it, purple's better. I've already got a purple one already. So if I can roll two, I get to roll 2 purple to try to make this attack, and then I automatically get 1. Now, of course, the health of Rabid is 5, so we do have to do 5 points of damage. So let's roll 2 purple dice and see if we can do some damage. Before we roll our dice, I am going to use my Parts of the Body card, which allows me to grab 3 sentience dice and roll them in of any color I choose, and I choose 2 red and a purple, and then I can distribute the matching domains among all the wanderers. So we'll roll these up and see what we get. I got a wild in red, so we're going to give the red ones to... Actually, I'm going to take the red and the purple, but I'm going to pass the other ones on. Now I get to roll 2 dice to see if we can actually damage him through the rift that I have chosen. Let's see how we do here. I did get 1, so I'm going to put these aside because those are the actual damage I did. So I did 1 plus the 1 here is 2 damage. And then I'm going to give her the purple and red hands, and I'm going to give the other red wild symbol up to Ashford. He's probably going to need that in just a second. Having attacked Rabid through that rift, I'm going to put it back into our pool over here and mix him up a little bit because we have managed to hit him in that rift. So we need to make sure, actually, so he's going to leave him just like he has, just like that. If you ever get to a point where there aren't any rifts on the enemies, then you're going to redraw based on where they are on the board. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to use a domain action. That is going to cost me 1 mental capacity, and I'm going to be able to gain the sentience from the 3 that are there. So I have 2 blue and a purple. I'm just going to roll them right here. I got a brain, a wild, and a fingers. Now the problem is, oh no, I'm good. Rabid does have an ability, and a passive ability that states Wanderers cannot gain skull domains from the domain action. I didn't roll any skulls. I'm going to be able to gain those. I also want to let you know that Whisper has a special ability that says after resolving an encounter, a Wanderer must lose 1 shard. Shards are technically experience points in this game, and you'll be able to use these to do multiple things. 1, they can replace damage that you take. For every one of these you can remove instead of a health point. Also, it's going to help you be able to buy any of your other cards as you go through the game. And there may be some other benefits as well, but those are the main ones. I'm going to gain these into my player board. We'll get the 2 blue, 1 here and 1 here, and then we'll get a purple in the eyes again, just like that. All right, now this is one thing you want to remember. This is huge. You almost never want to be without these things on your board. These are huge. You want to make sure you can keep those and have those as many as you can. Now, I did a domain action, so I am going to flip that to show that I have done that. I also have to move my mental capacity track down to 7, and now I'm at the same point as Gluttony is. So Gluttony is going to activate before I will when we get to that point. But Ashford is above us, so Ashford gets to go next. And Ashford is also going to use one of these first. He's going to do the attack step to be able to see if he can do some damage. Ashford is 1 space away from this. Normally, if I made the attack action, I would have to spend mental capacity equal to the amount of 1 plus the amount I'd have to go to. So this would actually cost me, I believe, 2 mental capacity to do that. But since this is the free action, I don't have to spend them. I can just attack up to 3 spaces away, and that is what we're going to do. Now we've already done 2 points of damage to Rabid, so I'm only going to need to do 3 more damage. I'm going to attack him through the this particular rift, the Outer World one, to see if we can do enough damage to take him out. We'll roll the 2 red dice he is allowed to roll. We need to get a wild symbol. We got one, which is fantastic because he does have 2 of these in the wild place. So that means we have done a total of 3 damage to Rabid. Rabid is going to be removed. Now, that doesn't mean he's not coming back, because he certainly will. We're going to take the card, remove everything from it. We're also going to put this back into those little token areas. I'm going to put these damage back there. Now, if you look here, Rabid does have a 1 shard, so he is going to gain 1 shard for killing this enemy. So we're going to place the one existence onto his card. I believe they're called existence tokens. This is going to go to the bottom of the deck now, even though, and we always know what's on top, which is kind of neat. So Prolapse is on top, but we don't have to worry about that till next event phase. And also, I'm going to be able to use my card, Arcane Studies. Upon killing a monster via a wild domain rift during your attack action, gain +1 to the matching sentient color, limit once per round. So I believe that means I get one of my red domains back. I think I get that one back in my, or one of those back in my domain. Now I can only use it once per round, so that is, I'm just going to flip the card over to remember that I can't use it again. He does get to perform an action. At this point, I'm going to spend 1 mental capacity for Ashford to move. I'm going to have him move 1 over towards the swamp. At this point, it falls to Gluttony's turn, and Gluttony's going to spend 3 mental capacity to move 2 spaces toward the nearest wanderer. If it ends in the wanderer's space, that choose a wanderer to resolve one of the sin cards. He's going to move towards the nearest person, which is going to be Ashford. So he's going to move 1, 2 over there. That's actually the reason I moved him 1 space. And now I move Gluttony 1, 2, 3 down here. I have to remove, nope, that's Whisper. I have to remove Rabid's token from the board. We were able to dispose of that person. Now I didn't get a chance to get rid of Whisper. Whisper's going to go running around and probably, hopefully doesn't get to us. Moving back to Sophia now, I am going to spend 1 mental capacity. Now, of course, I could have activated Ashford again because they were both in the same spot, but I'm just going to go with Sophie. Sophia is going to do 1 action. She's going to spend a mental capacity to draw a domain or a new card here that can give her a great item. Let's see how these work here. We'll draw these, shuffle these up real quick, put them to the side, grab our card, and see what we have found. We have found ourselves Flaring Torch, consumable 2 charges. So I'm going to place 2 charges on this. When you would discard another domain card, use its bottom section domains for a test. You may spend 1 charge from this card instead of discarding that card. That is fantastic. Now, of course, if I ever need to do any red wild ones, well, that's my card for me. We're going to place that right down there with the rest of our cards. I'm also going to flip over that I used my search action. I'm going to gain 2 of those shards, and I'm going to place them out here on this to show that these are going to be charges for this particular card. So when you use it, we'll just discard one of those. Ashford is now at the top of the track, so he's going to spend 1 of those. He's also going to do a search action, so I'm going to flip over his token, and we're going to draw another one of those cards. Let's see what we have found. We have found Treasured Teeth. Well, that's kind of ironic. Item, after another wanderer spends domains from his or her dashboard, you may immediately choose to gain 1 of those spent domains, no more than 3 per round. That is awesome. That's going to be really, really helpful. All right, that is his action. These now are both at the top, and the next person in line is going to be Whisper. So we have to decide what we want to do, knowing that Whisper is going to activate next. From here, he's going to spend 1 again to use a domain action. We're going to flip that over to show that we've done a domain action. We're going to roll up a yellow, blue, and purple die just right here. We got Brain, Wild, and Brain, and that's perfect. We'll place those in their respected spots. These are both purple and yellow Brain, and then this one is a blue Wild. Where Sophia is, she could perform a encounter action. It's going to cost her 2 sentience, or I could use one of the free ones on our card. But if I do, after resolving an encounter, a wanderer must lose 1 of the existence tokens, those purple shard tokens, these existence tokens. And if you can't lose 1, you lose health instead. So if she did 1, I would lose 1 damage because Whisper is still out there. I think that's okay, and because I want to do drawings from the stars. So if we look at this, it's going to be, I have to go to the storybook and read number 53. And then after that's resolved, we'll see what happens. And most likely I'll claim that card, meaning I only have 19 left to do. Drawings from the stars. This is going to be something for Sophia. Now I could, if I wanted to, have chosen the other one about Ashford. You don't have to choose the ones that are for your specific characters when you're in here, but do know this is going to be more about Sophia here. Let's see what it says. You've been studying the drawings carved into the curved walls of Chem's impossible observatory since you're not even sure. You must have left here at some point to eat or drink. Your clothing isn't soiled
soiled, and you don't smell unwashed, but you can't remember anything beyond the drawings on the walls and the notes you've made that litter the round building's floor as it looks up into the perpetual night sky. The drawings make no sense. Each one is just a series of lines and dots. They don't form a picture or a language you can decipher. Dr. Ashford showed you a Mayan scholar's journal filled with Khem's written language on the endless journey to the cursed place. These drawings don't match anything you can remember. You've copied them repeatedly, hoping they will make sense. You've put the pages in different orders, laying them out in patterns on the floor. Nothing works. Your eyes unfocus as you stare at the images, picking them up individually. You stack them in your hands, holding them up to the moonlight that streams through a split in the observatory's roof. Follow your incomprehensible, instinctive intuition to piece the puzzle together. Test purple for hands, skull, and what? There is no way I'm passing this. Hands, skulls, and wild. If you succeed, gain 1 Sophia fusion point. Should you fail, receive 2 blue damage. Oh my gosh. Well, this is out of control. I need, wow, for that, and I need all 3. Okay, so I get to roll 2 purple dice. Let's see how this goes. I got a eye, and we got a, what was the other one? The skull here. All right, so what do we need? We needed a skull, a wild, and a hand. Well, we got a skull, and we got a hand, because I do have a purple one in the hand domain if I want to use it. I think I'm going to save this. I think the bad thing is I'm about to take 2 blue damage. So at this point, we're going to roll 2 blue dice to try to block the damage with our eyeballs. We need eyeballs on these. So we'll see how we do. I wasn't going to spend anything to make this happen, but I'm going to receive 2 damage. Let's see if we block any of this damage. I did get an eyeball, so that blocks 1 damage. And on my dashboard, I do have another blue-eyed ball. So we're going to use that to block both the damage. We don't take any damage from that ridiculousness. And now we return to the story. Sadly, I did not get a Sophia fusion point. No, there are too many. Not these or these. You stack the papers into different piles and lift them. Lines and dots resolve into shapes. You see a building reaching up past the clouds, a ship in the sky sailing on wind, a city on fire, and black tentacles wrap around them all, strangling and destroying. The building is torn to the ground, the sky ship ripped from the air, the burning city drowns in raging sea. It is the past, it is the future, it is the now and forever, here and elsewhere. It is the story of every world you can see in the stars and how yours will end. You are here to play your part in that end. This is what you were chosen for, what you were born to do. But you can't do it alone. You reach down to your bloated belly, feeling the thing inside you, knowing that what you feed with your body is here and not here, just like you. It's coming. It needs you to give it life. And when the thing from the past and the future is born, it will tear the world asunder. You drop the papers and lean into the telescope's lens, looking at the light of long dead stars. And you wonder if one day some other woman will peer into a telescope on her own world and see your long dead light shining for her. I get to gain 1 of my shards here, these existence, for that. Now I'm going to have to also spend this because of Whisper's power. But if the Wanderers have the coda Blood Drawings 3, gain 1 Enlightened card. We do not have that, but we do get to collect the encounter card drawing from the stars, and we return to the game. I'm going to make a pile of these off to the side so we know which ones we have gotten. We are down to 19 is all we need. That did cost me 2, 1, 2. I am going to move down to there on the mental capacity track, and at this point it's going to be Whisper's turn.
When activating Whisper, we're going to need to look at the order of how we're going to operate here. It says at the top, no wanderer in the space. Whisper moves one space toward the nearest wanderer. Now, this is the part I failed to catch. If Whisper ends in a wanderer's space, immediately check the action below. And it does have a wild symbol. It would activate on that wild symbol. I think I'm in trouble, because Whisper is going to use one of their mental capacity to move to that space there. Actually, I think I'm going to be okay. These two aren't, this isn't connected here. Okay, that's the end of Whisper's first activation. If you look back on the track, we have our Ashford is next, then it's going to be Whisper and Gluttony going next, then I'll get to again use my Wanderers if of course I end here with Ashford. But what I'm going to do with Ashford is use a move action to move 2 spaces right there, costing him 2 mental capacity, going down to 3. But we're going to be halfway smart, and before he does that, he's going to use one of these extra actions to do a search. And notice it does not count towards the limit. So I'm able to grab another card. We have a magnifying glass. It's an equipment I can use as an action. If your blue sentience is 3 or higher, you may perform an encounter action without spending any, oh my gosh, that's fantastic, without spending any of my mental capacity. Limit once per round. That's fantastic. Sadly, right now his blue is actually only 2, so we have to get him some. Now it's Gluttony's turn. Gluttony does have to use 3 mental capacity, going down to 1, and it does state move up to 2 spaces toward the nearest wanderer. If it ends in a wanderer space, choose a wanderer there to resolve a sin card. There isn't any. It's going to move 1, 2 to right here, trying to get to Ashford, and that's as far as it can go. Whisper is now going to activate, moving its mental capacity down to 3 to activate its first action, which is to move 1 space towards the nearest wanderer. And that's going to be her, so it's just going to move right over there. Emily's next in the mental capacity track. She's going to use 1 mental capacity to move over to the village, meaning now she's in the same place that Whisper is. Whisper is now going to activate, moving 1 space towards her, which is just fine, moving her token down to 2. At this point, I'm going to have Sophia use a domain action. I know I've used one already, but our card allows us to do this. So I'm going to use a domain here to get some more of these tokens. Now, of course, the ones that I'm on aren't going to help very much, because Whisper doesn't have any green or yellow that I can fire at, except for the yellow brain. And right now we know that Ashford has a lot of those yellow brains, so he's probably the one that's going to attack through that. So instead, I'm just going to see what we can get, hopefully get some stuff for our next turn. I don't have a lot of green right now, so we're going to roll these up and get some of these. Hopefully get a green. We've got, wow, all of them are skulls. So we're going to place all those right here in the skulls. She's got a lot of skulls. She's actually going to move up 1 to right here. That lowers her mental capacity to 2. He's going to move down here, and then he is going to be in the same space as Murmur. And Murmur is now going to move, Whisper, sorry, is going to move over here, moving its track down to 1. But because it's there, we're going to be able to activate him. Now, hopefully I did this right, but there's no wanderer in the space, so it moves 1 space towards the nearest wanderer. It did. It moved right into the same space that Ashford's in. Ashford, though, does have, or not Ashford, but Whisper does have an ability that if this is here, it's going to immediately check the action below, but the below action costs 2 to activate, so it cannot do it. A wanderer within a non-exhausted coda card in its space randomly exhausts 1 coda card of the wanderer in Whisper's space, but it takes 2 mental capacity to do it, and only has 1 left, so it technically can't do anything the rest of this turn. And that's fantastic, because I want Ashford to do an encounter action, not a counter, sorry, an attack action, which is going to cost him 1 mental capacity because the character's in his space. And Whisper does have 6 health, but we're going to be able to roll 3 yellow dice, and we are looking for brains. We need to get brains. We are like a zombie, a yellow zombie. We need brains. Let's roll these up and see how many brains we got. We got 2 wilds, which equal brains. So we got 2 wilds. We also have 2 brains right here, so that's 4 damage. Whisper only has 6 health, so Whisper goes down to 2 health remaining. We'll place our 4 damage right there. Now, of course, I lied. It's going to cost him 2 mental capacity, so he is going to move down to 0. It's going to be Sophia's turn, and she's going to search in this location using our final piece from this card. And let's see what she was able to find.
She found a 35mm camera. It's a consumable with 2 charges on it. When it's used, when a domain card enters the discard pile, you may spend 1 charge to immediately acquire it. That's fantastic. So if I do, she's going to be able to keep using cards forever. I mean, think about it. She's got a fantastic combo here because this one uses these tokens to be able to keep using the same cards, and when this one hits the discard pile, I can pull one of these to bring it back to me, being able to keep on using these 2 charges. Wow, flaring torch and 35mm camera. That's a bonkers combo. Now she still has 2 mental capacity, and she's going to use those to enter again one of these. Of course, if I do not actually gain any of the existence tokens by completing whatever the encounter is, I'm going to lose a damage or health because I won't be able to suffice to what Whisper's doing to me. But hopefully Whisper will be dead almost right away next turn. Now, which one do we want to do? The Watcher, the Art Fair, or Preparing for the Journey? Let's check out Preparing for the Journey. That's going to be my option. We're going to go to 51. You still can't believe it. Out of all the hundreds of applicants, they chose you. The application you slaved over, certain it was in vain. And the research proposal you thought they would laugh at. It actually worked. You're going to Chem. When you woke up in the woman's dormitory, you found a letter someone slid under your door. It was an odd way to inform you, to be sure. But the method doesn't matter. The letter said the words you never dreamed you'd actually read. Congratulations! You have been selected for an auspicious journey. Auspicious indeed. It also may be fruitless and more than a little crazy. The lost city of Chem might be nothing more than a legend. A Central American jungle Atlantis, a fairy tale. You might be traveling into the wilds of the deep rainforest to return with nothing but insect bites and intestinal parasites. But what if it's real? Dr. Ashford seems to think it is, and Dean Harrison is rumored to be sponsoring the entire expedition out of his deep pockets. You have no idea who else you've chosen to make the journey or how many graduate students will come, but it doesn't matter. They chose you, and the opportunity to spend weeks traveling with the university's academic dean and the esteemed Dr. Ashford of the anthropology department is worth any mosquito-borne virus you might bring home. You're reading and rereading your acceptance letter when a knock sounds at your door. Come in, it's open, you call, immediately regret it. Andrew Harrison strides into your room. His smarmy smile tells you everything you need to know. Sophia, he says, nodding at the letter in your hand. Looks like we're going to be spending some time together. Oh, you reply, trying to hide your dismay. I didn't know undergraduate students were eligible to apply. You're going on the expedition? He shrugs with a grin. They made an exception for a promising student. For the dean's son, you mean. Of course, you don't say it out loud, but you must have scrawled the thought across your face because his expression darkens. I'm just as deserving as any graduate student, he says. Of course you are, you say, forcing a neutral expression. They wouldn't take anyone who wouldn't be of use. Andrew laughs, and the sound is strangely unnerving. Of use, yes. We'll all be of use for sure. You have no idea what he means by that, but your elation of being chosen is fading with every smirk he makes. Well, you say, standing up from your small writing desk, I'm sure we'll have lots of time to talk on the train and the boat and whatever else it takes to get us there. He keeps grinning that odd grin. It may take quite a bit to get us there, but when we return, we'll be gods. The face fades, and he takes a step toward you. Sophia, you have no idea. I am so glad you'll be with me when we return. You take a step back. I certainly hope we'll all be together when we return, however many of us are going. His eyes have luminous, fevered intent. No one else matters, you see. It will be a whole new world when we return, and you can be there with me.
The way he says it makes you take another step backward, but your room is tiny and his filling it with the pressure that pulses in your ear. So I'm going to gain one of those whispers or shards, but I'm not going to take it because I have to lose one after resolving an encounter with a wanderer. So that's the end of that. If you ask Andrew to leave, spawn the encounter rejecting Andrew on the university. If you ask Andrew what he's talking about, spawn the encounter tell me more on the university. You are now trapped in the university. You cannot perform any actions apart from entering either the above encounters. Other wanderers cannot enter the above encounters. Collect encounter card preparing for the journey and return to the game. Okay, so I at least get this that we get to place into our area where we have gained our cards. But the problem is now I have to choose one of these. I'm going to ask Andrew what he's talking about and spawn encounter tell me more. Now at this point, looking at the mental capacity that is left for our people, we have one for Whisper. Whisper cannot do anything with just one because it is in a space with person, but Gluttony can do something with one, and then that's going to end its turn. And what it can do is roll the sin die, then wanderers collectively lose that number of domains, any type of sentient colors as the die re-roll result. So here's the sin die for him. It's a 4-sider, but I'm a little confused as to 4-sider. I've got the 2, the 3, and the 1. Is this supposed to be a 4? Is this like a funny 4? Or does this mean nothing, like it's only actually a 3-sider? I don't actually know. We're going to roll this up. And by the way, this die is super sharp. Now I've played with a lot of different dice that have sides like this. This is a super sharp die. These are really dangerous. All right, I dropped this on the ground. I gotta watch where I step. Let's see what number we got. We got a 3. Oh, that's terrible. 3 up on top, which is the number. So I have to lose 3 domains of any type of sentient colors as the die re-roll result. Okay, so I need to lose 3 domains of any type and sentience color. Since I rolled a 3, that's the number I have to lose. I could be doing this wrong, but from what I understand, that means I lose 3 of these, and I'm guessing it's kind of my choice. I've got 3 skulls. I'm going to get rid of 1 of the skulls. I'm going to get rid of 1 of the hands, and I'm going to get rid of 1 of these eyeballs. So I've got multiple colors in all of those. Those are the ones I'm going to lose for her. For him, I'm going to get rid of the blue eye because I do have 2 blue wilds. I'm going to keep the wilds, and I'm going to get rid of a green hand and a purple brain. Maybe that'll be okay. That is the final activation for this turn for the action phase. So we're going to go into the refresh phase, but first we're going to activate this power up here. At the end of each action phase, Gluttony is going to discard all of its void tokens and distribute yellow damage equal to amongst all the wanderers as evenly as possible. So each is going to take 1 damage, but X is going to equal twice the total discarded void tokens, so it's actually going to be 2 damage to each of our characters. So both of them have 3 yellow dice, so we're going to roll up 3 yellow dice for both our characters, looking for hopefully those wilds or eyeballs to try to dodge this damage. We'll roll up Sophia's first and see how this goes. We got nothing. We got absolutely nothing. She does have 1 yellow in her eye slot, so she is going to take 1 point of damage. So we're going to place this token down on her character board. She is down to 9 health. We're going to roll it up for Ashford here and see how he does. Hopefully he can block something. He blocked 1, and he also has 1 yellow in his eyes, so he's going to use that and take no damage. That's fantastic. At this point, we'll move into the refresh phase. We're going to check to see if we won. We did not win. We have 2 of the cards we need. We're going to respawn our dead wanderers. There are none that are dead, thank goodness. We are going to restore our mental capacity, so both our characters are going to go back up to 8. We're going to have Gluttony go to 7, and Whisper is going to go to 5 and hopefully be dead before it activates. That's fantastic. Then we're going to refresh any support cards, and we're going to resolve any devour cards. We're not using anything like that. We're going to move our token up to number 2. We'll move into the event phase. Actually, this is part of the event phase to move that up. Now, in the event phase, it does say spawn 2 random terrors from a terror deck on different world shards. I believe this is going to happen every event phase. If I'm wrong about that, please let me know in the comment section below. But I believe that's how we're supposed to play this. That is what is in the setup for this game. And even though this is the setup for this event phase, I don't see any other way of bringing enemies onto the board except through this, or potentially through some of the story cards we read. but I'm just going to go that this is how we're going to be putting enemies out on the board. So let's find 2 more terrors. The 2 new terrors we have are Prolapse, and we also have Murmur. So we have Whisper and Murmur out there that we're going to have to deal with. Here is going to be Prolapse. He's this character right here, I believe, spitting on me. And then Murmur is going to be the one, I think it's this one. Again, they're not labeled like they were, the new models are. We're going to place these out on random shards. Prolapse is going to be placed out on shard number 13, which is connected to Sophie, which is bad because Sophie is stuck in this particular place. Let's also spawn Murmur. Murmur is going to be on 14, which is right next to where Ashford is. So Ashford might have to take out both of them. Looking at the colors, we have 2 blue and 1 purple. So we're going to draw 2 blue and a purple for our character here. This is going to be for Murmur. Murmur is going to have wilds everywhere and then a brain. All right, the wild ones are tough to deal with. They're no good. And Murmur also has a power that happens when we have these on it. When it's activating, if it ends in a wanderer space, it's going to instantly do this. After resolving an encounter, a wanderer must lose 1 mental capacity. Oh my gosh, this is just brutal. Those guys are terrible. I got to take both of these guys out, and I got to do it now. All right. Prolapse, on the other hand, is sitting in a double red and a purple one. So we're going to draw double red and purple for him. We've got Wild, an eye, and we also have the hand for Prolapse. Okay, those are his riffs. Also, at the beginning of the game round, we should have gained 2 void tokens here. So again, I'm just going to place these here. I know these aren't the void tokens. We're just going to place them there. We're also going to flip back over our tokens, knowing that we can now use these particular actions again if we wish to. These, of course, cost 1 action to do, or 1, mental capacity. Ashford is going to use one of these free actions to attack Whisper to get it off the board. We're going to attack Whisper through the red one here. That's going to be our plan. Let's see how this goes. I got a wild, which is fantastic because I also have 1 more red wild. So that's going to be 2 damage to Whisper, which will kill Whisper, giving me 2 of our experience points that we can use to help our character out. Okay. Whisper is going to be removed from the board, and I am going to go on with my actions. He's still at the top. I could choose to use Sophie. I'm not going to. I am going to attempt now to attack with my action. It's going to cost me 2 + 1 to attack over here. That was dumb. I should not have attacked with him with that extra thing, because it's going to cost him 3 to attack in this spot because it's 1 away. I could have done it free with my actions in order to attack over there. So instead, before we attack, we're actually going to use a search action. Where's one of these? The search action here that doesn't count towards our normal actions. So he's going to gain another one of these cards. He has found a rusty knife. When attacking the targeted monster, lose an additional health when you successfully damage it or not. Okay, that's fantastic. He's going to become a murder hobo is what he's going to become. And I am actually going to gain back my token because I would have searched before I made that attack. And because I'm paying for the attack, it is going to cost me 2 mental capacity, and it's going to be Sophia's turn now. I did forget to put Prolapse and Murmur out on the board. Murmur does have the same mental capacity as Whisper, Whisper I think was the name, but Prolapse is actually going to be at 4. So there we have our characters, our enemies out on the board. I still have to decide what I want to do with Sophia. And honestly, I do not know what to do with her. I'm a little worried because she cannot move. She's trapped in that location. He's going to come into this square if I do anything more than, if I do an action that costs a mental capacity, which all of them do. If I fall into this region here at 4, Prolapse is going to come in and attack. I'd like to take out Prolapse with her. He hopefully can take out that person. I'm pretty sure he can do this in 1 shot with that knife. I think he could probably get him in 1 shot, which would be super good. I think what I'm going to do is I am going to spend one of our free actions to grab some domains from that particular place. I'm going to grab a yellow and 2 blue. Let's roll them up and see what I get. Hopefully some good stuff. Brain, skull, and an eye. Now she is going to spend 1 mental capacity to search. She's going to grab her. You can only have 4 of these, so this is her last card. She has a Feverish Scribblings. You may spend 1 less shard down to a minimum of 1 to acquire an existence card, or you can existence shards, I should say, during an existence action limit once per round. That's fantastic, and it has these down there that I could potentially use. That's going to be it for, sadly, us. We are going to have Gluttony activate, and it's going to move into her square, which is not going to be good. Since it did enter a Wanderer's Square, I am going to have to shuffle up the Gluttony deck and draw a card and resolve its card. We have Test Blue for Wilds. Gluttony discards 1 Void token if I'm successful. Then roll the Sin die and lose that many brain domains of any sentience if able. Cannot lose Wilds domains instead. If you discard that many domains, Gluttony discards an equal number of Void tokens. If you cannot, Gluttony gains 1 Void token and +1 Sin. Okay, that's bad. The first thing I have to do is test for blue wilds. I need a blue wild. I did not get a blue wild, and I don't have anything I can spend. So that means I'm not going to be able to discard a Void token. Now, because of this, it says roll the Sin die and lose that many number of blue domains of any sentience if able. You cannot lose wilds instead. If you discard that many domains, Gluttony discards an equal number of Void tokens. Let's hopefully not get a 3 again. No, we got this crazy thing on top, which I'm guessing is a 4. If I'm wrong about that, please let me know. But I'm not... Gluttony's going to gain a Void token. There's nothing I can do about this. And it's going to gain 1 Sin, because I do not have that many blue tokens in my brains. Now the worst part is, that was my backup plan. I was going to use blue brains to attack Murmur if I couldn't attack and destroy it with Ashford. But now we're in a world of hurt. And of course, Gluttony is going to gain 1 Sin, which now gives it an additional Void token at the beginning of each round. That's horrible. And I've got my Gluttony deck. I'm going to shuffle that all up again, so it's all set to go, because you'll never know what card you're going to get. I do know that this Sin die is sinfully terrible. 4s and 3s so far it's rolled for me. Oh, there's a 1. I should roll it better. Good news, that did cost Gluttony 1, 2, 3 movement on the mental capacity track. And we're going to move into Sophia's turn again. Not being able to move is brutal. I know it's going to cost me an extra 1 to do this. So after resolving an encounter with a Wanderer, must lose 1 mental capacity. And also, I cannot spend domains matching the top of Traumatized card, so I cannot use Skull domains, because that is sitting on top of the Traumatized card. That is Prolapse's passive power that it has. So I'm going to do an encounter action. It's going to cost me 2. But what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to use, I think, one of my actions here. I'm going to use this one, the domain or encounter, to use the encounter action there. We're going to do Tell Me More so I can hopefully get out of here. It says that only the trapped wanderer may enter this encounter. It shouldn't be a surprise that Andrew Harrison is going to Chem with you. His father is bankrolling the expedition. You should have expected him to be part of the journey. Still, he seems to know much more than you do about what his father, the Dean, hopes to find. It sounds like someone knows something interesting, you say, hoping to learn all you can. He grins. I know everything. All I know, anyway. He raises an eyebrow at you. But you should too. We were born for this, both of us. What an odd thing to say. If you mean that we were both raised to be scholars in our field, then you're certainly right, you acknowledge, giving him more credit than he deserves in his early college career. That's not what I mean at all, Andrew says, plopping down on your bed's edge. Didn't your parents tell you about chem? Weren't you raised on... He glances around furtively. Then, lowering his voice, he murmurs, on the ceremonies? You shiver. Your early childhood was a nightmare of dark, underground ceremonies in the country across the ocean, but your adoptive parents never subjected you to anything like the horrors you have long tried to suppress, pushing them deeper in your mind until you can pretend they never happened in the first place. Don't let the dark memories surface. Test blue for 2 hands. If you succeed, gain a Sophia fusion point or restore 1 mental capacity. Oh, that would be awesome. Wait, I think I'm at the top. No, I could do that. Should you fail, I receive 2 purple damage. Yuck. Good news, bad news, I've got 2 blue. Bad news is I don't have 2 blue hands. Good news, I've got 1 blue hand, and I got a wild. That's awesome. I'm going to spend my 1 blue hand that I have. That means that we have got the 2 blue hands we need. So I gain a Sophia fusion point, meaning our dial is going to uptick to 1. I'm not sure what those are, but I think they're going to matter at the end of this particular mission or in the actual finale. More importantly, I go up 1 on that. So I'm back up to 1. No, you reply firmly. No ceremonies. I don't know what you're talking about. Andrew's face is open now, honestly confused. I know they never brought you, but Monday nights? Where did they say they went every Monday night? That was easy. Bridge club. He doubles over laughing. Bridge club? You mean like playing cards? You feel like someone's telling a joke and you don't understand the punchline. You're starting to worry that the joke is about you. Yes, playing cards, you say, trying not to sound defensive. What other kind of bridge club is there? Andrew's face grows serious again. There are other bridges, bridges that once were and will be again, bridges between worlds, bridges we've lost, denying us glory that will be ours again when we've rebuilt it. The fire has returned to his eyes while your heart still pounds with trepidation. His words make no sense, yet child born an ocean away resonates with everything this young man says. I'm excited about the expedition, Andrew, you say, but I think you may be expecting too much. I hope our discoveries will elevate the university by hoping to bridge our world using ancient ruins we have found, yet is a bit, well, fanciful. Andrew's smile is enigmatic. You'll see, Sophia. I'll show you. Your parents should have told you when you were chosen, but maybe they wanted you to find out yourself. Either way, I'll be there when you learn, he leans in. And I can't tell you how happy I am that I'll be the one to show you all the secrets that have been kept from you. You still have no idea what Andrew means, but the intensity in his gaze seems to stare straight through your body. It's as if he's peering into another world right now. Whatever Chem might hold, it won't be what he's expecting. And you're not sad to know you'll be there when all the stories others built for him come crashing down. I'm no longer trapped. Thank goodness. I get to gain Coda Card the Resonance. This is a Coda card. It is now going to give me more power and lose power. So I have -1 red and +1 yellow in my group now. So these starting values are now beginning to change. So if you look at our sheet, Sophia has 0 red. She rolls 0 red dice when she has to take a red test, but she rolls 4 yellows. On the back are also things we could use when doing confrontations against abominations. Like I said, we're playing with Gluttony. If you're interested in seeing how this particular mechanism works in Dawn of Madness, please go check out my other video that I played when I was Emily. That one will show you how confrontations work. Basically, that's the only way you can attack an abomination. You normally cannot attack it the way that I've been attacking terrors. You have to hit them through specific confrontation cards, and you can use Coda cards to give you more dice to try to be able to make that happen. Now that does bring me down 1 because I do have to pay the 1 still because Murmur is still on the board. Now before Sophia goes, I am going to gain this blue hand. I can do that with my treasured teeth after another wanderer has spent domains from his or her dashboard. You may immediately choose to gain one of the spent domains. So that was the one I'm going to choose to gain. I'm going to put just a charge on it to show that I've used it once already this round because I can use it up to 3 times. Sophia is going to use 1 of her mental capacity to move down here, bring her mental capacity track down to 6. That'll bring us to Ashford's turn. And Ashford is going to spend one of these extra actions we have on our card to make an attack against this character here, Murmur. And is going to attack using the blue wild symbol. Before I make this attack, I'm going to be halfway smart. I'm actually going to attack it through its brains. I don't have any of these sentience on my brain area, but I have 2 wilds, like I said. But this die is most likely favoring brains, so there might be a chance that we might be able to take this guy out. I got a brain and I got a wild. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh, my guy's a genius. Or else just I am. I'm not sure which one. But I'm going to do 1, 2,
4 points of damage, plus this card here gives me an extra point of damage, making it 5. And just so I don't have to do anything else, I'm going to use this card to use this domain or sentience right down, domain sentience right here to do the extra damage, which means I am going to be able to do 6 points of damage, killing it in one shot, but I do have to discard this card. That's going to remove this character from the board. We're able to defeat Murmur. I am able to gain 2 of my purple chips here, these shard things. I am going to be able to spend those to buy cards if I wish to, which I think I am. I'm going to spend 2 to learn this card right here. That's going to be another one of my, what do you call these? These are the basic existence cards, which kind of just are ways of getting different actions and powers in your game. So we have done that. We're going to spend 2 to do that. That's going to be that. Okay, he is also going to, no, he hasn't actually done anything yet. Well, I shouldn't say it. He did something real awesome, but he still gets to do more things. I'm going to remove Murmur from the board. That is also off there as well. I think since I discarded that card, I am going to do a search action with him because I have not done a search action, so I'm going to do that with him. We're going to grab a card. See what we have found. We found a Twisted Candle item. I get +1 red. When resolving a test, ignore the Devour tokens in your space. So I'm not playing with Devour tokens, but that's okay. It's still +1 red is great. Ashford is up to 3 red. I wish that would have been blue because that would have made his magnifying glass activate, but that's okay. We're going to move his mental capacity down 1. I already did that. She is going to use a domain action. She is going to flip her token to grab 3 purple dice and roll them up. See what she gets. I got a wild. I was really hoping for something a little bit more than that. I was hoping for small wilds and hands is what I was hoping for. Okay, but we'll take those. That'll be just fine. We'll grab this 3 different tokens for those and place them into our place on the eyes, the brain, and then our wild one as well. Okay, that's her domain action for the turn. She also can, well, that's going to cost her 1, so she's going to go down to 1. And now I have to decide if I want to actually try to take on Prolapse this turn, or if I want to just do some other things with my characters. Like just check out the places they're on. I could do that. Oh, I can't do anything with this one. It says you may enter only when the Wanderer has the spider with memories and the star shape on here. So she can't actually do anything there. So she might have to move so she can get somewhere that can do something. What I could do is use one of the actions I have left to allow her to move 3 spaces, 1, 2, 3, over to the cave, which is off the camera, right over here. That gets her away from Prolapse. 1, 2, 3, no it doesn't. Prolapse can get to her 3 spaces. So let's not do that. Let's rethink this thing a little bit. I think our best bet is probably taking out Prolapse. I'm going to have to get him with attack him with purple hands. I can still use my same free action to attack 1, 2, 3 spaces away, and we're going to go through the purple hands. But before we do that, I am going to use my parts of the body card that allows you to choose at any time freely distribute the matching domains among the wanderers. I'm going to roll 3 sentience dice. I'm going to roll 3 purple dice and hopefully get some good things I can use against Prolapse, hopefully through the purple thing there. Or I could do it through the red one. I think it's just be easier to go through purple. Maybe I can have Ashford go through the red one. I got 1 more purple hand, so at least I'll have a little bit more I can work with. I also have a brain and a skull. Now, Prolapse does say that Wanderers cannot spend the domains matching the traumatized deck, which is the skull, so I cannot use my skull domains right now, which is too bad, but that's okay. Now I'm going to attack through the hands. I do get to roll 2 dice and hopefully do some pretty good damage. With 2 of these dice, I'm hoping to get maybe at least 1 wild, maybe 2. We got 2! We got 2 wilds! Okay, oh my gosh, darn, I don't think I can kill him. I get real close. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I could spend this card to make it 6. I don't think I'm going to spend the card. I think I'm going to use the domains. I'm going to use 2 from the hands and 1 from the wild. I'm going to gain this wild one with Ashford's ability that states that he can gain 1 when I spend 1. So I'm going to gain that purple one. So we did do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage to Prolapse. So Prolapse technically only has 2 health left. And I'm going to use 1 of my mental capacity to move down into the forest. I see cocoons and Thomas in the forest. I'm interested in maybe in this cocoon ones because this one does have to do with spiders with memories. Maybe cocoons and spiders go together. We'll see how that works. Actually, I don't think they do. Now that I think about it, I hate bugs. And Ashford is going to, let's do a domain action with him. It's going to cost him 1 of the mental capacity. Everybody's in the same spot. I'm going to grab 2 yellow and a green for him. This isn't really ideal. There's nothing out that uses yellow and green, but someday there might be. We're going to grab so many more skulls and a brain. So we'll put those onto his thing. And he has a lot less than Sophie does, but he does have 1 green. Now he's got 2 skulls right there. Here comes Gluttony, moving in with 1, which is enough to get him into that space, which is awesome. And when he does enter a space of the Wanderer, I have to resolve a sin card. So I've already just shuffled them. I'm going to shuffle them a little bit more. We'll see which one we get. We get this one. This one states, test green for wild, and I can discard a token. Test green for wild. I think he's got a 1. 1 in green. Come on, roll up a wild. See what happens. Nope, he rolled a hand. So I do not get to do that. Let's see what else we do. Roll the sin die and lose that many eyeball domains. That's fantastic. We got a 1. Oh my gosh. Okay, fantastic. I do have 1. I have only 1 in the eyeball, so we're going to get rid of 1 purple eye. Fantastic. And it says, if able, if you cannot use those. If you discard that many domains, Gluttony discards equal number of void tokens. So I am going to discard 1 void token. So we're down to only 2 void tokens for him. That's it. He does not get the +1 sin because I was able to do it. So now we're going to shuffle these back in. Okay, I'm starting to see a pattern with him. He has 5 different cards. I bet they all symbolize the 5 different domains up there, and you've got to test those in order to not have bad things happen to you. All right, that costs Sin 3 mental capacity, bringing him down 1, 2, 3 to 1. At this point, I'm going to activate Prolapse. Prolapse states that he is going to, the first activation every round, if the traumatized deck is a wild card, the nearest wanderer immediately gains it. It is not, it is still a skull. No wanderer in your space. Prolapse moves 1 space toward the nearest wanderer. If it ends in a wanderer's space, each wanderer there gains 1 traumatized card. Traumatized cards are bad. Those are bad. I'm going to spend 1 to move over to there. And he's going to move down 1 to 3. That ends his turn there. It's going to cost me 4. It's going to cost me 4 mental capacity to attack Prolapse, because he's 2 spaces away, so it's 2 plus the amount of spaces away to attack him. Yuck. But I don't want to move, because if I move, it's going to cost me 1, and I'm going to get closer to him, and he's going to move into my square, and bad things are going to happen. Normally traumatized cards. I think I'm going to do it, though. I'm going to hit him with all 4, and then Sophie is just going to be in charge of me taking both of these encounter cards out and see what happens here. So we'll move ourselves down 1, 2, 3, 4 mental capacity in order to hit Prolapse in his red wild domain. That is what we're going to do. Ashford has a 3rd red die now, so he's going to roll all 3 up. I did get my wild, so that's going to kill him because I also have my knife, and when attacking the target monster loses 1 additional, whether you successful or not. I was successful. That's enough to do 2 more damage. Prolapse only has 7, so Prolapse is off the board as well. Being able to take enemies out in 1 or 2 shots is pretty much the key to victory when it comes to this game. You have to look at your worlds, your shards that you can get them through, those rifts, and you have to decide if you can take a monster out in 1 or 2 hits, do it. That gets them off the board and gives you more chance to now freely use some of the stuff out here. This guy, I'm just going to have to keep dealing with him. He's probably going to be the one that kills me more than anything else. I also get 2 more of these that I get to place on my character, and I will be removing the mental capacity track thing. At this point, I'm going to use her. She's going to go down 2 in order to do an encounter. She's going to do an encounter here. I'm going to do cocoons. I'm going to check out cocoons. Its number, was it 55? The jungle swarms with the sounds of night. Insects chirp in the trees, generating a consistent undulating wave of sound that rises and falls as you walk. Frogs croak, and unseen things splash. Occasionally, a cry splits the night as some small creature meets its end between vicious teeth and claws. You don't fear the night. Crawling things don't bother you, and you're too big for most of the forest animals to make a meal of. Only the mosquitoes will feast on your blood as you wander between the tree trunks. Your lantern draws them, but you would soon be lost without its light as you navigate the moonlit-choked shadows beneath the tree's canopy. The path opens into a small clearing. The trees finally part to let the moonlight through, and you set your lantern on the ground. Pale shapes in the trees around the clearing draw your eyes. Summoning your resolve, you approach one of them. Stark white against the dark foliage, the shape resolves into a cocoon hanging from a strong branch. It's enormous, and you wonder what kind of caterpillar could be pupating inside. It must be some unknown species, something as thick as your waist and as long as you are tall. You smile momentarily, imagining Thomas's excitement at discovering this mysterious giant. You can see 3 of them spaced equally around the small clearing. Retreating to its center, you wonder when the cocoons will release their enormous moths they must carry. You don't have to wait long. With the sound of tearing cloth, one begins to open. You stand in front of the small hole to see what comes out. A human arm pokes through the silken fibers. It's thin, bony, and skin saggy and gray. Shock roots you to the spot as the substance tears further, allowing the passage of a shoulder, a neck, and a head. The eyes are sunken, and the lips pull back to reveal long teeth without gums. It looks like a corpse that's been dead for months, and you realize the cocoons are not cocoons at all. They are burial shrouds. I have to stay calm in the face of this horror. I wouldn't be able to do that. I have to test blue for hands and purple for hands. If you succeed, I gain 1 purple brain domain. If I fail, I lose a domain of any sentience if able. All right, looks like I'm looking for hands. Test blue for hands and purple for hands. Let's roll up, see if we got some hands. I rolled too many purples. So I got to re-roll the purples. I'm only supposed to roll 2. I rolled 3. Let's roll these up again. I got the purple hands, but I did not get the blue hands. And I do not have a blue hand I can use, or a blue wild I can use, so I failed. So I'm going to lose a brain domain of any sentient color. I only have purple. Purple's the only color I have for brains, so I'm going to use that in order to, I guess that's the end of that. After the epic fail, we'll continue. The corpse looks at you. Shreds of long, dark hair still cling to its pale skull. The nose is half gone to decay, but there's no denying who this was. Sophia, you murmur. Sophia looks at you and opens her mouth in a silent scream. Noise from behind you sends you spinning. The other 2 cocoons tear as their long dead body of Andrew and Thomas clamber out. Thick mucus covers them as they spill from their gestation pods onto the wet ground. You race to the edge of the clearing, searching for the path that brought you here, but find your way blocked by a thick wall of thorns. There's no way out. "It's me, Dr. Ashford," you say. But as they crawl toward you on palms and toes, you realize they already know. They have waited for you to return to the Lost Valley. They have longed for you to find them and bring them home. I gain the Coda card Cocoons, which is right here. It's going to give me +1 green and -1 purple. So we'll make sure to mark that down on Sophia's thing. She's up to 1 purple now and 3 green. So her green and her yellow are becoming really good, but she's going down on purple and red. At this point, I do get to gain one of these. That's awesome. That makes me really, really happy. I also gain a yellow, was it wild domain? That sounds awesome. And Anders Ashford is going to gain 1 of the fusion points. That's sweet as well. Oh, this is good. Oh, nope, this is bad now. I received 2 purple damage and I lost one of my purple dice. After I do that, I am going to gain the Cocoons card, encounter card, to collect that. So we're up to 3 of them. So I only get to roll 1 purple die to hope I block this. I did. I blocked 1. That's awesome. All right, so I only take 1 damage. So we're at 2 damage now, which isn't too bad. I do have the ability here to spend 2 domains to restore 1 damage. You may also gain 1 wild domain of any sentience if the spent domains match the color or type. I'm going to spend 2 of these, 2 yellows, and that way I can heal 1. And because I did that, I'm able to gain a domain of sentient matching color. So I'm going to gain 1 yellow. Lots of yellow on her dial there, but that's totally fine. Then that's what I did there with that action. That sounds like a plan. I can also spend 1 less to acquire an existence card. So let's check out these existence cards. We have a referred pain. When you receive damage, you may freely distribute the damage among all wanderers. That's pretty good. I can also, that one's cost me 2. If you have at least 1 domain in each area of your dashboard at the beginning of the game round, you gain 1. Oh my gosh, that's really good. And when losing health for any reason, choose another wanderer whose world shards at least 1 sentience, at least shares at least 1 sentience color with yours, and restore 1. Wow, she's really good. She's got all really good ones. I am going to gain this one. I think, oh no, sorry, this one. I'm going to spend 2 for this, mainly because I'm going to be able to gain that no problem next turn as long as something terrible doesn't happen. It is going to cost me 2, but because of this, you may spend 1 less to acquire an existence card during the inexistent action. Limit once per round, only costs me 1 to do that, which is super, super cool. I love it. Moving back here, I'm going to spend my last 2 in order to gain this encounter as well. Thomas in the Forest, 49. You weren't looking for Thomas when you encountered the dark forest, but he's who you found. He hangs by his knees upside down from a tree branch. He is naked, and he is smiling at you, his blue eyes crinkled with apparent joy. Thomas, what are you doing? He screams at you, the high-pitched sound driving through your eardrums like spikes. You jump back, aghast at the noise from your friend. You try again. Thomas, are you all right? The scream tells you he is far, far from all right. But there he hangs, grinning at you as if hanging naked from a tree limb were the best thing in the world. Thomas, do you know who I am? Another scream. It's not just one long scream. It changes slightly in pitch. It's like Thomas is trying to talk. I don't know what you said, Thomas. Can you say that again? He does. And although it's no more intelligible, you are certain he's trying to communicate with you. Something is very wrong with your friend. Maybe he's sick or drugged. You look around for his clothing but see nothing. Is this really happening? Are you still sane? I have to test 2 blue for eyeballs. If you succeed, gain a Sophia fusion point. Should you fail, I lose a brain domain of any sentience color if able. 2 blue eyeballs. Let's see what I got. I did not. I got 2 brains. That's not what I want. I do have 1 blue eyeball that I could spend, but that's not going to be enough to pass this test. So I'm going to lose a purple brain domain. That's the only one I have left. I have no more of those. Thomas, why aren't you wearing any clothes? The screaming is longer this time. It's so close to sounding like words, but they're in a language you've never heard before and never want to hear again. The smile on Thomas's face is wide and terrifying, and you feel your eyes well over with tears. I can't understand you. Do you know who you are? Do you remember me? Your name is Thomas. We're friends. Do you remember that? Thomas opens his arms and lunges for you, still hanging from the tree, knees over the branch. You jump away out of his reach. Something is very wrong with him, and you realize it's not just how he's acting. There's something on his back. Thomas, I think you should come down from there. I'm worried about you. He reaches out again, and you almost reach back if you could just get him down from the tree. They come for you before you can raise your arm, swooping from above, bats, hundreds of them. They scream with tiny voices that sound like Thomas's attempted words. They swarm you, tangling in your hair and gripping your arms with sharp claws. You beat at them, but more come until you can't see or breathe. The brown, furry bodies and leathery wings engulf you. Another scream splits the night as one. The bats launch from your skin, flapping away into the trees. Blinking through blood, you see them fly up through the branches. One enormous bat with a vast wingspan flies in the middle of the swarm. It looks back at you, and you meet its familiar blue eyes before it flies off into the night. I get to gain one of these, which is awesome. I get a purple wild domain. That's good. See, all this is good now. And then I get to collect Thomas in the Forest and return. Is this Thomas in the Forest? Yes, it is. I get to return to the game. So that was good. We've got some cards. Gluttony is the only one with any mental capacity, so Gluttony's going to use it. And he's going to do this horrible thing right here, where I'm going to roll a die and see what we get. We got another 3. Another 3 is bad. I have to lose 3. I'm going to lose 2 of these, and I'll lose my, I guess I'll use the green. I'll just lose all 3 of these. That's fine. With my luck, somebody's going to pop up now with a yellow, and that's going to be all about it. She's going to lose a purple eye. She has horrible red and purple now, so maybe not getting rid of purple is a good idea. I'm going to get rid of a green one here and I'm going to get rid of a yellow one, I think, right here. I think that's going to be fine. I want to keep as many wilds as I have. That's good stuff. All right, yeah, we're just going to lose those. That was bad news. Okay. At this point, we're going to move into the refresh phase. We have not won the game. We don't have to worry about respawning dead wanderers. We are going to refresh our support cards. No, actually, we don't have to. We don't do that. We didn't actually use any. Oh, when did we use this one? Or did we use this one last time? I think we used this one. So we're going to, there we go. Get that one back up and running. All right, that's this one right here, parts of the body. We have to refresh that. So we have that refreshed. Then we're also going to restore our mental capacity. So these are all going to go to 8, except for Gluttony is going to go to 7. Then we're going to refresh these tokens as well, the 2 domains and the search action ones that we used. So we have those ready to go. And lastly, we are going to flip our game round tracker. And by that, I mean just moving it up 1. And since this is starting our event phase, then we're going to draw our next 2 terrors and see what we have found. We have Bestial and we have Feral. We got 2 really fast moving ones out on the board. Bestial is going to go out onto the board on number 5, which is the hospital, which is just actually right here. That is number 5. And we're going to have Feral go out onto the board on 16. Which is the Dark Temple. It's got 3 purples, so hopefully we got a lot of purple ones we can use. I'm going to grab 3 purple tokens for our character. We got 2 hands and a skull. That's the one for Bestial. Feral is at the hospital and going to grab a green, a blue, and also going to grab a purple. So we have all brains. Wow, what are the chances of that? We got all brains. And if I remember right, I think none of our characters have any brains. Well, actually, I think Ashford does have a green one, but we're going to start them both on 3. They do have 3 mental capacity. The last thing we can do is we get to refresh our action chart here. Now, before we start our turn, there was something I missed when we read our story moment. When we went to this card here, Tell Me More. I noticed it when I realized this was still on the board, and most likely it was probably not supposed to be. I turned the page and I found more stuff. Look, I gained 2 of those, and I also get a purple domain, which is fantastic. I'm going to put that in the wild one, and I also get 2 that I can use to spend on new actions that I can use. I also get to spawn the encounter card, The Bridge, on the, was it pictographs? And then now I get to collect this, which makes more sense. So I'm going to be able to collect this, bringing our total to 5. And we have Gluttony here. He's going to gain 3 tokens here because we do have a level up on this. So we're at the point where he's going to gain 1 additional void token at the beginning of each of the game rounds. Now, before we go too much further and decide what we want to do, these 2 are brutal. If you read their superpowers they have, first off, I cannot gain any brain domains with my domain action with this on the board. So I have to attack with your brains, but I can't gain brain domains. Oofta. Okay, next. This one says that I can't gain hand domains. So while this is on the board, bad news. What's even worse about this is the fact that when this thing comes to do damage, if I have a brain on this card, it's going to double the damage. And if this one has a hand on its card, it's going to double the damage. I think you can see where the problem lies. So here's what we're going to do. I am going to spend an attack action with her right here to be able to hit this enemy. I'm going to roll for purple skulls because she has 3 that she's going to be able to use. So we're going to attack him through a purple skull rift. She only gets to roll 1 die, but that is going to be okay. She got a wild. That's fantastic. So she's going to do 4 damage to this guy, which is exactly what I needed her to do. Oh, it's like she read my mind or something. I was actually going to use a card to do the other 4, but these are 2 wilds, and this is a skull domain. So we're going to damage him for 4 through the skull domain, meaning he only has 1 health left, and that's going to be absolutely perfect. And now that she's attacked through there, we're going to discard that token and mix it back in with other tokens. She's going to use her first mental capacity to go from 8 to 7 and be able to move to that square. We're going to spend our other attack action to hit right here, with Ashford being the next person to go. Before I do that, though, I'm not going to be stupid. I am going to remember to spend my shards here. I'm going to spend 2 of them in order to gain a new card. We're going to gain this one when losing health for any reason. Choose another wanderer whose world shard is shared with at least one sentient color with yours, and restore 1 of those mental capacities, which is going to be awesome. Also, when I spent my domains, I have the ability, because of his character here, that he can gain 1 when he is sharing when one person spends 1. So I'm going to use my treasured teeth to gain that wild purple that I got from her when she spent it to attack him. At this point, we're going to attack here. That's no problem. He gets to roll 2 dice. It really doesn't matter. I think this guy's going to be super dead. If I can get a hand, though, that'd be awesome. I did not get a hand, but I got a wild, so that is going to be 1 damage. That beast is going to die. He only has 1 health left. We're going to gain only 1 of these, but that's okay. He's going to go down, and that's fantastic. We have 1 of them off the board. I'm not sure I'm going to get the other one off the board this round, but that's okay. We will get him next time. And if I was smart, I wouldn't have spent all those domains on her card, because of the fact that And if I was smart, I wouldn't have spent all the domains on her card if I was smart, because he does have the rusty knife, meaning if I could have just gotten that to 2, meaning that only would have taken 2 damage to kill him, I probably would have got him without a problem. Bringing him down to 1 was a little overkill with Sophia, but that's okay. Interestingly enough, I could have just killed him flat out by using this card, and he could have done something completely different on his turn. He is going to spend 2 mental capacity to use this. He's going to encounter the old village woman. You wander through the village just outside the secret valley leading to Kem. Campfire light casts eerie shadows on the animal hide huts. The place bustled with people all day, but now is deserted. Everyone must go to bed early here. The moon isn't even visible above the surrounding jungle. No birds call from the trees, no frogs croak. The silence is broken only by your footsteps as you creep around the warren of huts. The hissing makes you jump back, thinking it's a snake. However, it comes from an old woman in one of the huts. She hisses at you again, but her toothless grin makes the sound less threatening. She beckons you into her tiny dwelling. You glance around at the empty village for a moment before you enter. It's like you're the only 2 people left. The interior is sticky and hot, lit by a fire in the center upon which sits a large ceramic pahat. An animal pelt on the floor must be the old woman's bed, and you wonder how someone so rickety can possibly get up and down without assistance. Bundles of herbs hang all around, drying upside down, alongside leather pouches on strings and small pottery bowls full of unidentifiable liquids and powders. The woman pulls you to the fire and squats beside the cooking vessel. She stirs the contents with a spoon, and the chunky liquid gives off a warm, meaty aroma. Your stomach growls. You flush with embarrassment, but the woman just grins. You sit on the dirt floor near her, and she reaches over to lay a hand on your stomach. Her bony hands feel like a pile of sticks. You have no idea why you let her touch you, but somehow she feels grandmotherly enough that it's not offensive. So I'm going to gain 1 skull domain in any sentience. I can't roll red at all right now, so I'm going to grab a red one. Since I have no way of rolling red, I think that'll be good. At this point, we'll continue. Her grin fades. The heat in the hut drains away, and you scoot closer to the fire. The old woman lunges forward and grabs the back of your neck. She wrenches your mouth open and sticks her nose right into your face, smelling your breath. You're so shocked that you sit motionless as she sniffs. Worry pinches her wrinkled face when she sits back. What is it, you ask? What's wrong? Your words bounce off her, and she looks worriedly over your shoulder. You spin around to see the hut door flap blowing in the breeze. She mumbles under her breath, hopping up with surprising grace to tie the flap shut. No, I should go, you begin, but she pats you on the head like a child. You sit at the fire as she bustles around the hut, gathering ingredients from the bowls and pouches. You really should leave, but it's too dark and empty outside. So at this point, I'm going to try to shake off the vague sense of uneasy. I'm going to test yellow for hands. And if I fail, I do lose a mental capacity. Good news, I get to roll 4 of these dice for my character. I just need a wild or hands. I got, oh my gosh. Well, if I needed skulls, that would have been awesome. But that is not awesome. I got nothing but skulls. That's unbelievable. Okay, so I'm going to lose a mental capacity going from 7 to 6. The woman mixes the ingredients in a small pottery bowl, takes a scoop of the stew from the fire, and adds that to the concoction. She holds it out to you, indicating that you should drink it. No way. There's no telling when anything in this place was last washed, including the old woman. But she insists. It smells good, but when you take the bowl into your hands and bring it closer to your nostrils, there's a faint undertone to the scent, rot, decay. She pats your belly again and indicates in no uncertain gestures that you need to drink her mixture. From outside the hut comes the hooting of an owl. It cuts off mid-hoot, as if something much larger pulled it from the sky and flew off, clutching it in bloody talons. If you drink the mixture, turn to 63. If you refuse, go to 23. Now, in theory, we have something living inside us. So this is either going to help us deal with that, or it's probably going to help what is there. I'm not sure which way it's going to go, so I'm going to drink the mixture, go to 63. If it was really me, I don't know if I could. You sniff the concoction once more. The rot smell is still there, but so is the tempting array of spices. You raise the bowl to your lips. The old woman's face contorts into a ghastly grimace. She clutches her chest, making a soft grunting noise. Blue veins pop in her neck, and the yellowed whites of her eyes turn red. A drop of blood leaks from one of her nostrils right before she collapses to the floor. You drop the bowl, spilling it and its contents into the fire, and crouch beside the woman. She lies face down on the ground, and when you roll her over, it's clear she's dead. Her mouth hangs open, her purple tongue lolling. Her wide eyes stare at you blankly, her black pupils too large and empty. You momentarily glance at the smoke that wafts from the bowl's contents as they burn on the logs. It reaches for you in thick tendrils wrapping around your wrists and neck. You back away from the fire and the dead woman, feeling the smoky tendrils dissolve into nothing. Ducking under the closed flap, you flee into the darkness outside. I get to gain, that's actually really good. I get one of these and a random blue domain and a Sophia fusion point. So I'm going to go up to 2 on my Sophia fusion points, which is fantastic. I get a blue domain. I'm going to take brain, mainly because I don't have a way of getting brains right now with Feral on the board. Then it says, if the wanderer has collected the encounter's candles in the dark, spawn in the encounter, keep it safe on the village. Otherwise, place a blue consequence token on the village. Collect the encounter card, the old woman, right here, village woman, sorry, and return to the game. So sadly, I wish I would have done keep it safe first, and then we could have done that. I don't know if I have keep it safe. I'll have to check. That's a negatory, Ghost Rider. Yeah, I do not have keeping it safe, so we're just going to put a consequence token on the village. We'll place the consequence token on the village. And when I said my mental capacity went from 7 to 6, it actually goes from 6 to 5 because it was Ashford who did the action, not Sophia. I totally forgot because I'm so used to, the card was Sophia's card, so I totally forgot that it was Ashford that did it. So Ashford is going to take a blue brain one here still, but instead of a red one, he's going to take a purple skull, I think is what he's going to take instead of the red skull. Gluttony is going to activate next, and we're just going to move him 2 spaces toward the nearest wanderer at the end. If he's in a wanderer's space, choose a wanderer to resolve a sin card. He's actually in Ashford's space. I could have got him out of there, but I think I have some other plans for him. So we're going to draw a gluttony card and see what happens to him. It says here test blue for wilds, and then they get to discard a token for gluttony. Ashford is still rolling 2 blue dice. We'll roll them up. I did not get that, so I'm not allowed to remove a void token. At this point, I'm going to roll the sin die and lose that many number of brain domains. He's got 2. This is going to be rough because I need those brain domains to fight Feral. Let's see how many I lose. I lose them all.
That's awesome. All right, we're going to lose both of them. That's all we got. Unfortunately, that does not appease the card. If you discard that many, I get to remove one. If I cannot gain a void token and +1 sin. I was really not thinking I was going to have to worry about this guy, but now I have a big problem with gluttony. We'll shuffle this card back into that deck and put it to the side, and we'll move him down 1, 2, 3 to 4. I'm going to have Sophia move 1, 2, 3 over to the cave using our extra actions we have. I have to remove this from the board. This is Bestial's token. Let's get rid of that. And then from there, I'm going to do an encounter action, dropping her down to 5 mental capacity there. And before we do that, I am going to learn my last one here. I'm going to spend one of these, because I do have an extra bonus here, to be able to learn all of the abilities I have. Thomas is weirdly excited about the cave system riddling the cliffs around Kem. He led you here to show you something, but you got separated. You've been wandering through narrow tunnels for hours. Your lantern is almost out. You could be lost here forever if you don't find a way out soon. Well, not forever. You'll die at some point. You wouldn't be the first. You've encountered more than one chamber containing human bones amidst your frantic search. You saw one narrow tunnel ended in a tiny crack where someone had tried to wedge themselves through. The skeleton had long since dried, but it dangled between the rocks nonetheless, reaching for someone who never came. That could be you soon. Thomas! You call for the 100th time. Your voice returns in echo after echo, mocking your rising panic. You edge down a narrow passage and stop for a moment, listening. A scrabbling sound arises somewhere behind you, like claws on stone. It's not Thomas. The noise stops momentarily, as if whatever was making it paused for you to move on. You take 5 more steps as quietly as you can. Tap, tap, tap behind you. If someone had asked you before this moment, you might have said this was the worst thing you could think of, was being alone in a dark cave, with no idea how to get out. Now you know better. There are worse things than being alone. You move forward as quickly and quietly as possible, trying not to hear the tapping and scraping in your wake. The tunnel splits in two, a fork in the passage. One path leads upward and to the right, while the other leads downward and to the left. If you choose to go right, proceed to entry 24. Should you instead decide to turn left, to go to entry 18. Both of these are going to be probably bad. You think in theory up would be where you'd want to go to get to the light, but maybe that's what they're thinking I'd take. So if I take the other one, then I would be fooling the fact that they thought I'd be going that way, where I thought that they think that I thought that they thought that I think. So we're going to go to the left. We turned left. You take the left fork, feeling relief flood you as the clicking noises fade into the distance. With no way to tell time, you have no idea how far you've walked and crawled through the tunnels. But eventually, finally, you see faint light up ahead. The corridor opens into a large chamber. Holes in the ceiling let in natural light, illuminating shadows on the stone walls. An ancient fire's remains lie in the room's center, blackened charcoal on a rock ring. As you move further into the room, you realize the shadows on the wall are drawings. You've seen the petroglyphs carved into the cliff walls that surround Kem. Weathered and softened by those who have untouched for age, these drawings are far more primitive. The cave drawings along one wall appear to show a crowd of women. They all stand in a line, their bellies seemingly swollen with pregnancy. You follow that line, tracing the ancient charcoal with your fingers. The line of pregnant women ends and becomes a new group of people holding babies, which are simply stick figures out in front of them. One of the women does not hold a baby. The drawing is crude, and you're glad you don't have any more detail. The thing the woman holds belongs in the sea, but does anything in the ocean have so many legs and teeth? In the following picture, the thing holds a stick figure baby in each tentacle, its mouth devouring them one by one. The next drawing is not a figure, it's a shape, a rough, blobby star shape with 8 points and something dark in the middle. 8 points? 8 legs? 8 eyes? Then, the last drawing, the tendrilled sea horror lies dead. I gain the Coda card, Star Shape. I gain one of those and a random purple domain and 1 Sophia Fusion. All right, we're up to 3 Sophia Fusions. Woo, up we go. That's fantastic. And we are going to gain a, let's see here, I can take any, well, first I get one of these.
I'll put that there. Then I get any purple. Is that what it says? A random purple. All right, we'll roll a purple here and see what we get. Come on, I want wild. I got a brain. Well, brain, that might actually work. He's got a purple brain that I have to hit, so maybe that'll be good. And I collect the encounter card Cave Drawings and return to the game. The star shape is going to give me +1 purple and -1 blue, bringing her totals here up to 0 red still. I got back to 2 purple, but I went down to 1 blue. And I'm going to be able to gain this card, so we're getting closer to the end. Then we'll move into our next turn. Ashford is going to go. He and Sophia have the same amount. I am going to learn a new ability here. It's going to cost me 1 to do this. This ability allows me, whenever a person gains one of those purple things, I am able to roll a die, and if I don't get this or this, I get to gain one as well. Why this is important, even though he's pretty much got enough to cover everything he's ever going to have to buy. Remember, I can use those as health if I need to. Oh, I knocked that thing. Then he's going to spend 1 mental capacity to move to the observatory, dropping him down to 4, the same place as Gluttony is, who is eventually going to move on there and hang out with him. Sophia, on the other hand, is going to use 1 mental capacity to move up to the stone circle. And now Gluttony is going to activate, move over to the observatory. I'm going to move Ashford over to here, I think. There we go, and him right there. Excellent. And then I'm going to draw a Gluttony card and have to deal with this. So, Ashford, how are you doing? I get to test red for a wild to discard a Gluttony token. He gets to roll 2 red dice, I think. Oh, he gets to roll 3. That's one of his best attributes. That's fantastic. So we're going to roll 3 of these. Let's see what we get. Come on, we're going to go. Well, we got plenty of wilds. All right, we're fantastic. Okay, so I get to remove a void token, so I'm going to discard that. Again, I know those are not void tokens. That's okay. And here it says, roll a sin die and lose that many hand domains. I've got 2. Let's see how we do here. Nope, I lose 3. That's awesome. So what I thought, again, like saying, I didn't think Gluttony would be that big of a deal, but this is getting to be really bad. So I'm going to lose both of my things, and then I'm going to put another token on here. I just actually moved that one down. I've got the tokens, so I'll put them on there. So distribute 1 additional damage for each discarded void token at the end of the action phase. He is becoming more and more powerful. Who could have thought a little 4-sided dice could be the downfall of my existence? Gluttony is then going to go 1, 2, 3, down to 1. Now I'm going to use one of our special actions to perform an encounter action in this location with her. I could either do the strings in the circle or sinking. Let's do sinking. We haven't done many of his story moments yet. The circle in the middle of Chem welcomes you, its stones opening to admit you between their granite hulks. Between them stretches a pool of unmarred sand. As you walk across it, you glance back to see that you have left no footprints. You finally reach the circle's center, and your feet begin to sink. You struggle to pull them out, but every moment makes you sink deeper into the sand until it buries you to the waist. You frantically flail, trying to gain purchase in the grains. Then you freeze. The stones around you open, and your students enter one by one. Sophia's first, straight ahead of you, then Thomas on your left, and Andrew on your right. They surround you as you reach out to them. Please, help me! I'm sinking! They look down at you, and you notice their eyes are all blank, white and empty. They stand like wooden mannequins, their faces slack and arms hanging stiffly at their sides. Thomas, you cry, please, can you take my hand? Thomas's head jerks up. He looks just over your head with his strange white eyes. I can't help you, he says, but the voice doesn't belong to him. It's as if someone else were speaking through his mouth. I'm not ready yet. Stepping forward, Sophia reaches for you, but misses your hand. It's nearly time, she drones, her voice so wrong. Will you be ready when we are? Andrew's head loll on his shoulders. His words come from far above your head. I was wrong. This statement is so strange coming from Andrew that you stop struggling for a moment. How were you wrong, Andrew? Andrew stands there, his head dropped to the side. I thought it was your fault. I thought you said the incantation wrong, but it was right. It brought us here to make us ready to welcome him. You did it right, and you came back for us now. Nothing is wrong. Everything is fine. From where you struggle in the sand, nothing looks fine. The students around you crumble to the ground as if whatever was controlling their movements and voices has abandoned them. You reach for Thomas, but the movement begins your descent again. In a moment, only your head still pokes above the surface. If you budge, you'll be lost forever, swallowed by the stone circle's sand. You stay still for a long time. Then, one by one, your students jerk to their feet and leave the circle without a glance in your direction. "Please don't leave me here," you cry, as the sand pulls you under. The last thing you hear from high above the circle is laughter until the sand swallows you whole. Oh, that's super bonus. I'm going to gain one of these, and I am going to collect that as an encounter. At this point, I'm going to spend 1 mental capacity to go down to 3. Now, remember, that was a free action because not necessarily free. It was one of our actions off our action card. But I'm going to use that to do a domain action there. I can roll a blue, a green, and a red die, and I cannot gain brains from this. So let's see what we get. We got 2 skulls and a hand. At this point, we're going to go to Ashford, who has 4 mental capacity. He's going to go down 2 to be able to use a domain action here. Nope, I lied. He's only going to go down 1. He goes to 3. Domain actions only cost 1. He's going to roll 2 blue and a purple and hope he does not get brains, even though I need brains to beat that guy. Let's see what we got. Ooh, a wild. I like that. Wild, hand, and an eye. Now, at this point, we're at the same place as Feral. So Feral is going to activate now. This is probably going to be bad. If there's no wanderer in its space, it's going to move 2+ spaces toward the nearest wanderer until it reaches the wanderer's space, or spends all of its mental capacity. If it ends in a wanderer's space, immediately check the action below. So it is 2 spaces away from both of our characters, so since there's equidistance, we do have the ability to choose where we want this person to go. I am going to have him attack Ashford, so we're going to move Feral down to Ashford's space. Now, since we moved there, a wanderer in space is going to lose brain domains. Feral deals 1 blue damage for each domain that cannot be lost. X equals Feral's remaining mental capacity. Her mental capacity is 3, so that means I'm going to be losing 3 brain domains. I have none. I have none. This thing is vile. So I'm going to lose 3 damage. But this right here is going to be amazing. I'm going to double the above damage. So I'm going to take 6 damage from Feral. So over here, I do have 1 card left that costs me 3. So I'm going to save 3. So I'm going to take 3 damage with these. And then I am going to take 3 normal damage. So he is down to, what has he got? 8 left. So we'll put those right there. That does drop mental capacity down to 0. My turn to beat this guy up. We're going to attack through the purple brain. Before we attack, I am going to use parts of the body, which allows me to roll 3 sentience dice of any color, and then gain those particular ones. We did get a brain, at least that's going to help us a little bit. So we have 1 brain, a hand, and a skull. I can distribute them as I see fit amongst my characters, and we're going to actually just give them all to him. I lied. I'm going to give one of the skulls to Sophia. Now, he only has 1 purple, so we're just going to roll this up and hope we get a brain or a wild. We got a brain! All right, fantastic. Feral has 5 health, so I think we're going to get him. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I can discard this for a wild symbol, so that's going to be 5 brain. Oh, actually, I don't even have to do that. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and this does +1, my rusty Bowie knife. So that's going to be 5 damage. So I'm going to discard 1, 2, of these purples, and then 3, this purple here, that's 3, and then we're going to have the die do 1, and that is enough to take Feral out. But Feral did do a good amount of damage to me before he went out. I am going to gain 1 purple from him, and we'll place our token back into the pool that we can draw along with the other ones, and we're going to place his card on the bottom. So we're able to, so far every turn, we're able to take out our 2 enemies, and that is kind of key in this game. Sadly, it's key to take them out before they do damage to you, and I got absolutely rocked, but that's okay. I'm going to go to Sophia in the observatory with 2 mental capacity, dropping his mental capacity down to 1. Sophia in the observatory. Sophia is in the observatory. She's always in the observatory. This fractured place seems to have no rules, no logic of space and time, but every time you've entered this massive, anachronistic, impossible building, Sophia has been here, staring into the telescope that shouldn't exist. Sometimes she seems to recognize you. Others, she stared at you as if you were a stranger or a monster, if she even looks up at all. Today seems to be a good day. Sophia, you begin, what are you looking at? Without tearing her gaze from the eyepiece, she answers, worlds, other worlds. She has said this before, but never let anyone else look into the scope to see what she means. Mars? Venus? From the tone of her voice, it seems like she's looking so much farther away than that, possibly not even in the universe you take for granted. Are you doing all right? You continue. Are you taking care of yourself? Looking up at you, Sophia stands. Her hair is matted mess, unwashed for you can't even guess how long. Her eyes are dead hollows, cheeks sunken in, lips pale, but it's her body that makes you step back. The last time you saw her, before she melted away from the dark temple a decade ago, she was slim, attractive woman. Now she's bloated, abstract blob. She's not pregnant. You would recognize that, or at least she's not carrying a human baby. The bloat starts under her chin, a frog-like pouch that extends down over her chest. Her belly is huge, loose, and flabby, hanging over thick legs and swollen ankles. Even her fingers look swollen, almost wet. The change takes you aback. Time means nothing here. She left the real world 10 years ago, but how long has she been here, witnessing the horrors this place conjures? Is she really here at all? Are you? Try not to delve too deeply into the thoughts. Test green for 2 hands. If you succeed, gain 2 green brain domains. If you should fail, receive 2 purple damage. Sadly, Ashford is only rolling 1 green. We'll see how this goes. I did not get a hand, which is too bad. He doesn't have any green hands. He doesn't have anything way to get green hands. So he's just going to have to take 2 purple damage. Now I do get to roll the purple to see if I can block it. I need eyeballs to block it. And Ashford gets to roll 1 purple. I do have a purple eye, so I do get to block 1. That does not help. But I am going to spend my purple eye to block 1 damage, and I am going to take 1 damage. But I'm going to use one of these to take the damage. Down the path lies madness, and you shy away from it. But in the little time, is it? Or is it forever? Is the real world, while everything you thought you knew was an illusion? You've been here. You've begun to lose your grip on life. You were sure you led. One thing you're still confident of, Sophia shouldn't be here. She's here because of you. Do you really want to broach this topic? If you do, test red for 2 brains. If you succeed, spawn the encounter, the apology on the observatory space. Should you fail or not want to bring it up, spawn the encounter, you can't help her now on the observatory. You are trapped in the observatory. You cannot perform any actions apart from entering either of the above encounters. Other wanderers cannot enter these encounters, and I get to gain back 1 of my purple little shards here. All right, fantastic. And then I get to at least collect this encounter, Sophia's in the observatory. Which one are we going to choose? The apology or you can't help her now? Something tells me Ashford's not one for apologizing. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong, and he probably apologizes all the time. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to go you can't help her now. We're going to grab that encounter card, and we'll place it in the observatory, and it does say that he is trapped here now. Meanwhile, over in Not Trappedville, 1, 2, I'm going to go down to 1 that I have left, and I'm going to go to the string in the circle. I apologize, it's strings in the circle. Here it says, the circle of standing stones is yet another aspect of Chem that should not exist. You've puzzled over them for ages, like temples in ancient Egypt and European stone formations. These stones align with celestial bodies. These stones align with celestial bodies on solstices and planetary events. But these objects are so much more. They predict comets and other astronomical events that the actions of Chem could not possibly have known about. They foretell the unknowable future beyond what you have ever studied at the university. You step between the 2 stones inside the structures. They're different ones than yesterday, aren't they? Don't think about it. Just focus, shaking your head. You look back at their etched, craggy surface. Sophia, you here? No one was in the circle when you stepped in, but now Andrew is here. He stands oddly in a hunched, unnatural position. The unhinged look in his eyes immediately make you search for the exit between the stones, but it has vanished. Hi, Andrew. Your skin crawls as you don't know why. It's just Andrew, the entitled undergrad who doesn't deserve to be here. But when your daddy is the dean of the university, you go where you want. Andrew takes a jerky step forward, and you flinch away. Something flickers in your vision, but it blinks away as you do. Try to trace the vision's path to your mind, in your mind. Okay, so we're going to test purple for eyes and skulls. Great. Okay, eyes and skulls. Great. If you succeed, gain 1 Sophia fusion. Should you fail, receive 2 blue damage. Sophia does get to roll 2 purple dice. Let's see what you... Wow. Yes, my dice are awesome. 2 wilds, fantastic. So I get to gain a Sophia fusion point. We are up to 4 Sophia fusion points. That was amazing. Are you enjoying your time in chem? He asks. The innocent question feels slimy in your ear. You force yourself to stand up straight and face him. Every answer here brings more questions. It's fascinating, and I feel like I could spend the rest of my life studying this place. He laughs. Indeed you could, but it's not the time to talk about that. You don't want to talk about anything with Andrew when he looks this strange. You squint at him, and there. You see the shadows around him. They almost look like strings. He lurches towards you, an Andrew marionette piloted by unseen hands that shades the entire circle. His head lolls to one side. You want to shout for the puppeteer to tighten that string and pull his head up, but down the path lies true madness. Instead, you press against the tiny gap between 2 stones at your back, silently willing them to open and release you. Sophia, Puppet Andrew continues, it's no accident that you're here right now. None of this is an accident. No, this is not an accident. Not with something huge making this young man shuffle like a zombie. I need to go now. And miraculously, the stones open behind you, and you fall backward out of the circle. Picking yourself up, you scramble into the stone's shadow, peeking into the center. No one is there. Andrew is gone. But on the flat, smooth sand between the stone lies 5 long, shiny white strings. You gain a purple shard, and I also get, what is that? I get a random green domain, and I get to collect the strings in the circle, which is awesome. I get a green domain. We'll try to roll it here. I got a wild. It kind of fell off to the side. Actually, it was off camera, so I'll roll it again so you can see it while it went off camera too. Roll it. Oh, it keeps on rolling off camera. There we go. I still got a wild. So it all worked out in the end. All right. So I'm going to get the green wild, and I get to gain the card as well. So we'll put this with the rest of our cards. It is time for Gluttony to finally finish its action. And I'm going to roll my sin die, and the Wanderers collectively lose the same number of domains. 1! Finally! There is a 1 on this die. That's awesome! At this point, I am going to lose a red skull from here. I know she doesn't roll red, but I think it'll be okay. And I'm going to lose a purple skull up here. Those are going to be the 2 things I learned. We'll put them into there. If you've noticed, I've got these cups over here. These are the way I hold on to my things. That is all I have to do for that, at least for now. Gluttony's then going to hit us at the end. But we still have 1 each. I'm going to use one of hers to search. We're going to grab a card. Now I already have 4, so I'm going to have to discard one. It's probably going to be this one, Feverish Scribblings, because I already have all of my, what do you call them? I have all of my abilities, so I don't really need any more of those. So we're going to draw a new one, see what we found. We found an abandoned revolver. Weapon. Spend hand domains. Well, okay. Of any sentience to choose a terror in the same or adjacent space. The chosen monster loses X hearts. X is no more than 3, limit once per round. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. So I can just spend hand domains to do damage. Oh, that's so good. Oofta. All right, that's fantastic. I'm going to have her, actually, now I'm going to have her do a domain action with this. I should actually have her do the domain first before I do the action. Actually, no, I lied. I'm not going to have her do that. She's just going to be done. I'm going to have Ashford do the domain action because he has almost no domains. Or I should say sentience or domains. We're going to roll the sentience die and get some domains. Let's see what we got here. We got a brain, a skull, and an eye, and I can gain all those because there's nobody preventing that. Now he only has 1 left, so there isn't much I can do. I'm going to do an encounter action, and I believe if you try to do something where you don't have enough, you're actually spending more than you have to take a damage. So I am going to take 1 damage to do this encounter action. I could be wrong. I might not legally be able to do this action. I can't remember, and I couldn't quickly find it in the rules, so I apologize if I did this wrong. Please let me know in the comment section below. This isn't Sophie. It can't be. This bloated monster that wears her hollow face can't possibly be the graduate student who came with you from Chem a decade ago, full of hope and excitement. But how long has it been for her? You've lost track of time here. There's no pattern of day or night, no flow from one moment to the next. Sometimes you're a child here, and other times you're not here at all, but someplace that never existed. Perhaps you've been here forever. Maybe you were never born, or possibly you died, and everything in this place is the hell you've earned in life. This explanation seems the most likely. Is Sophia in her own personal hell? What about Thomas and young Andrew? Surely college students could not have earned this fate, not like you did. Sophia speaks, jolting you from your thoughts. It's time for you to leave now, she says. I'm working. She hunches over to draw on paper, and you notice similar sheets strewn around the room. Randomly picking up a few, you witness her spiral into madness that she's captured on the pages. The early drawings are star maps with mathematical calculations you can't possibly understand. However, the later drawings are a little more than smeared ink. Between the scribblings, you discern words written in languages you don't recognize. The drawing that will haunt your nightmares. She seems to have drawn her final words in blood. Get out, Dr. Ashford, Sophia growls. I'm not telling you again. You back away from her until your feet hit the open doorway's threshold. Sophia, I only came here to say, get out! Sophia produces a knife from somewhere, brandishing it. Dry, cracked blood coats the blade. She's beyond help right now, though she might be her normal, happy, healthy old self the next time you see her. Chem is like that. Chem is hell. You turn and hurry from the observatory, leaving Sophia's screams in your wake. I'm no longer trapped. I move the wanderer to an adjacent space. I get to gain one of these. So these are always good to have. I can actually use it as health right now. I get a green. Oh, I get a green wild. That's awesome. So we'll gain a green wild considering he's got none. And then I get to collect the encounter card. You can't help her now. Now that puts us at a total of 11 cards, so only need 9 more. We're doing pretty good, I think, in theory. All right, let's see what this guy does, though. At the end of each action phase, Gluttony discards all the void tokens. That's going to be 3 void tokens. All right, we're going to be discarding these tokens to distribute yellow damage among the wanderers as evenly as possible. X is twice, so 2, 4, 6. Each person is taking 3 yellow damage. This could be brutal. I do get to roll 3 dice for Ashford. Actually, I'm going to roll the dice for what's-her-name first. She gets to roll 4. She didn't save any. That's amazing. Okay, and I'm looking for eyeballs in order to save these. So what I'm going to do is I am going to spend my 3 yellow wild to not take any damage. I'm going to spend all 3 of these in order to prevent the damage. And Ashford is then going to choose to gain this for himself. He can choose to do that up to 3 times per round. That is the second time I think he's done it this round. Now he's going to roll his 3 dice. That's the reason I did it in this order, because then I can use that if I need to for him. And he's looking for eyeballs. He got 1, 2 eyeballs, and I get to spend that wild I just got. So he's going to take absolutely no damage. Okay, neither of our characters took any damage from Gluttony this turn. We're going to go to the refresh phase and get rid of this. And we're going to put our mental capacity back to the top. 8 for me, 7 for Gluttony. We'll also refresh any of our cards. So I'm going to be able to refresh this card, for example. I'm going to take this shard off. I should have put another one on there for when he took the yellow one, but I didn't because I knew this was coming up. I think that's all I have to do for our characters. We now have to spawn 2 more terrors. We've got Viscera, and we've got, what's this? Maligna, Malagin, Milan. We got bad guys. We got bad guys, lots of them. All right, so we've got this guy, and we also have this one. All right, those are our 2 guys I think we've got. Yes, okay. They are going to have 4 and 5 mental capacity, so we're going to grab their standees, and we'll put these on their respected tracks. Now we'll roll to see where they go. He's going to go out on number 4, which is actually the church, which is right there. And the other one is going to be, he's on 5, which is the hospital, which is right next to it. This is going to be very bad. These guys are in bad places, right next to my characters. This is going to be a horrible turn. All right, I'm not going to be able to kite these guys around. I got to take these guys out. So he gets a red, which is going to be a skull. He gets a purple, which is going to be a wild, and he gets a yellow, which is going to be another wild. All right, we'll put those over there on his card, and we'll have to deal with him. I don't really know how I'm going to deal with him. Next, we'll draw a blue, a green, and a purple for that one. Here's a blue, a green, and a purple. I'm going to draw them off the side there. And we've got skull, eyeballs, and a wild again. All right, we'll put those on his card. Those are his rifts that we have to hit them through. Gluttony is going to gain 3 tokens, and I did this wrong. I forgot to distribute an additional yellow damage for each discarded void token at the end of the phase. So I'm going to do 2 points of damage to Sophie and 1 point of damage to Ashford, because I blocked as much as I could, and I blocked all the damage that normally would have came in, but because he should have done technically 3 extra damage, I wouldn't have been able to block that. We're on turn 4, I believe. These enemies are not optimal. These enemies are actually pretty ruthless. I don't have a lot of the sentience I need or domains to be able to take these guys out, but we're gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna use one of my actions to attack, and I'm gonna attack here. And this is going to be Viscera. Viscera, I am going to attack through actually the yellow wild. I know this isn't the best plan. I don't have any right now. I actually just spent 3. It would have been nice to keep those. Sometimes it would have been better. Maybe it would have been better to actually take the damage and keep those wilds, but I didn't know these guys were going to come with yellow wilds there. And before we do, I am going to use my parts of the body to roll 3 red dice, and hopefully these will help me out here. I need, yes, that's exactly what I needed, 3 hands. That's why I chose red, is because the hands are on this more often than not. So she's going to grab 3 red hand domains. I'm never going to put them on my board because I'm about to use them. I get to roll 4 yellow dice, and I'm looking for wilds, which is only on one of the sides of the dice, but I did get 2. That's really good. So I did 1, 2, plus I'm going to fire off my gun, which I'm going to spend 3 red hand domains in order to do 3, 4, 5 points of damage to this guy. That was about the best thing I could ask for. At this point now, I am going to have to put this back over into its discard, or into its token pool over here. I'm going to use a domain action as my actual action. So I'm going to flip this token. I think I forgot to do that in the last thing. I'm going to grab a blue, green, and red die and roll these up and see what I get. These do not stop us from getting any of these domains, which is kind of nice. I got 2 wilds again. That's really good. I'm going to take a red and green wild and a blue eyeball. And at the beginning of the round, I'm going to do this. If you have at least 1 domain in each area of your dashboard, you begin at the beginning of the game round, you gain 1 of those. And I did have that. I had all of those ready to go. So we were able to do that one as well, which is awesome. The only 2 cards she has left has to do with taking damage, so I'm not too worried about that. The interesting thing about this mission or scenario, I should say, is if she dies, we lose. If he dies, a malformation can come onto the board, but she does not have any malformations to enter the board. Ashford is now going to use one of his free actions to attack 1, 2, 3 up to here and hit him in the red skull is going to be the plan. But before we do, I do get to gain a red hand because of this treasured teeth. And why not learn our last ability here? It's going to cost us 3, so I'm going to discard 3 of these in order to learn that. We now have all of our cards, which of course I'll probably forget half of them as we play through the game. He gets to roll 3 red dice in order to do some damage here. I got a wild, oh, and I got a skull too. I was to say, all I need is 1 damage because I do have, of course, my knife. When attacking a target, did monster lose 1 additional, whether you successfully damage it or not. So I did damage it with 1, and then this is going to be another 1, and then I actually did 3 points of damage to him. I'm going to gain 2 of these, which is fantastic. He's going to gain those. We'll put those on his board. He now has 3. She has 4. He has a super dead enemy here. We'll put him off the board. Whew, that was good. Got 1 off the board. I'm now going to spend 1 mental capacity for Ashford to use this card. Choose a wanderer. It can be yourself. Roll 3 sentience dice matching the wanderer's world shard. For each of the skulls and wild results, I get to heal that much damage. So where he is 2 blue and a purple. So it's not the best, but I want to try to heal her. See how we do here. I'm going to just roll them right here. We did get a wild and we got a skull, and I believe that's what I need. So here we are. Then that wanderer restores X health, where X equals the total number of these and these results. This is not a test. Any game effect affecting sentience test cannot be applied here. Limit once per round. Okay, So once per round, she was able to heal 2 damage off her, which is really good. So we're going to pull those 2 tokens, and we're going to turn this card over to show that I have used it. Our big old pal Gluttony, that I can't do anything about, is going to move until it reaches a wanderer's space. Ta-da! It's in his space. It's going to draw... Oh, I forgot. I have to move this guy 1 space away from that last thing we did. You know what? I'm going to roll it randomly because I wouldn't have known that these guys were up here. So I'm going to go... Oh, boy. How am I going to do this? I only got a 20-sided dice. We'll just roll, I don't know, 1 through 5, 10 through 15... 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 10 through 15, and if I roll something else, I'll do it. 1 through 5, and roll this thing again. There we go. 6, 1 through 5, he's up there in the laboratory. That's where we're going to be. Now, Gluttony's going to move up here. Bonk. There we go. Awesome. And now I have to draw a Gluttony card. We'll shuffle these up a little bit, and we'll see what we get. I have to test purple for wilds. And if I do, I get to discard a Gluttony token. Sounds fantastic. Gluttony discards a void token. Ashford only has 1 purple die. We'll roll it up. Ooh, we got a wild. That's awesome. I get to discard 1 of these things. He's down to 2. That's great. Now comes the hard part. I'm going to have to lose. Let's roll this die. I'm sure this is going to be a horrible number. It's a, what number is that? Is that 4? That's that 4, because there's no number up there. I can't even see the 4. There's no 4. It's either a 0 or a 4. I'm going to go with 4, which is bad. It says here, roll the sin die, then lose that many wild domains. Yuck. All right, I lose all 3. I did not lose enough of them. I only lost 3, and I need to lose 4. So Gluttony is going to gain back the token, and he's going to gain another one of these tokens here. So he's still in this 4 area here. If we get down to 5, he's going to gain additional at the beginning of the round, and then he's going to distribute even more, so it's just going to get worse and worse and worse as it goes. Finally, at the end, we are going to shuffle these cards back up. We shuffle them every single time with him. We'll place those right there. Gluttony's mental capacity goes down 1, 2, 3. My fault. Should be 3. 1, 2, 3, down to 4. Okay, I got a plan. She's going to move over to here with 1 mental capacity, bringing her down to 6. It's going to be Ashford's turn now. Ashford is going to spend 1 mental capacity to perform a domain action. So I'm going to flip his token here, and he's going to roll a purple, green, and a red and see what we can get. All right, let's see what we got here. We got a wild, a eye, and a hand. Except apparently I'm colorblind, and I apparently didn't look at the colors right. Okay, I'm not colorblind, but apparently I can't see the colors. I grabbed 2 purple dice. Okay, so instead we got a red hand, a green brain, and a purple eye. At this point, she is going to also perform a domain action in this, but she's going to use this card, giving her a free domain action ability here. We're going to roll these up. I'm really hoping for a hand here. Let's see how this works. I got a wild. That's going to be good enough. So we got a wild, no, it's not. I can't use that. Oh, barf. Okay, so I got a wild, a brain, and a, what does it say, skull. And now she's going to pay to do an attack action, so it's going to cost 2 plus 1 is 3. Yes, thank goodness. For a second there, I thought these weren't connected. All right, 1, 2, 3. She's going to have 3 mental capacity. I know that's kind of sad, but that's okay. She's going to attack that character. And we're going to go through the green eye, and I should be able to one-shot this guy. We'll roll up our 3 green dice that she gets to roll, and I need to get at least 1 eye. Good, I got 2. I got 2 green eyes, so that's 2 damage. Plus, I can fire off both of my hand domains through my gun, so that's 4 damage. I do have a wild and a green eye as well, so that's going to be a total of 4 plus 2 is 6 damage. So that's going to give her 2 more of those. Of the spent ones I spent, I am going to give a green wild over to Ashford, and Ashford's going to put a charge on that card. He can only do it 3 times. That's the second time he's done it this turn. He is off the board. Again, I apologize you don't get to see these guys activate, but I don't want to see them activate. They're very, very bad. Again, in this game, if you can take these guys off the board in 1 or 2 shots, that's usually your best bet. If you can't, you're going to have to try to kite it until you can. That's what I've noticed about this game. Because I know this game's super cool to read all those neat entries. I mean, the writing in this is phenomenal. But if you don't handle those enemies on the board, they're going to be able to get to you. If you notice, one of them did get to Ashford, did 6 damage to him in 1 shot. There really wasn't anything I could do. All right, so where we are now, Ashford is going to perform an encounter action using our board of free actions. And we can either do bats in the lab or padded room. Again, we haven't done many of Ashford, so we're going to do padded room. You stand behind a group of men who clearly cannot hear or see you. No matter what you do or say, they ignore you as if you're not there. You're unsure if you actually are. But that kind of thinking leads down the road to madness. You can see and hear them, so you must be here somehow. They stand in a laboratory surrounded by scientific and medical equipment you don't recognize. You lean in to hear what they're saying. The subjects show extreme paranoia and seem to be in a state of constant disassociation. He only speaks a single word, and it's nonsense. Another scientist asks what the word is, and the first one answers, "It sounds like he might be trying to say chemistry, but all he gets out is this first half." The second scientist frowns. "Was he a chemist before he went mad?" "No, he was not." You wonder who they're talking about. The poor man must be in a terrible state. The scientists pick up their notepaper and cluster around a small door, peering in. The door's base is solid metal with 2 rows of bars across the open top and thick, hazy glass sandwiched between them. Blood streaks the glass. You try to push through the men to see inside, but they block your view. "It's terribly sad," the first scientist says. "Nothing has helped so far." The third man checks his notes. "Lobotomy tomorrow." The first one nods. "I don't have high hopes, but at least he might be more docile." They jump back as something inside slams against the bars, leaving a fresh streak of blood. "Tomorrow can't come soon enough," the third man murmurs. Then, setting their notes on a table near the door, the group leaves the laboratory. You look at the top of the papers they left behind. Ashford, professor of anthropology. Duration of illness, 10 years. Countless fragments of broken, horrifying, and despairing thoughts surge through your mind. Yours? Theirs? Whose? These scattered, distinct, yet intertwined fragments from an immense, invisible web. They are so vivid, shattered, entangled, ever expanding. The weight of their reality presses against your skull, threatening to explode it from within. I can try to suppress these conscious fragments before they rip your mind apart. I'm going to test blue for wilds. Oh, this will be good. And yellow for hands, which is not on there very often. If you succeed, I gain a fusion point and restore a mental capacity. Should you fail, I receive blue damage. 2 of it. Good news, they're not too bad to roll. I get 2 blues and 3 reds. I need a yellow hand, which I did fantastic. Well, I apparently rolled lots of red. And I need a blue wild. I did not get a blue wild. Now, I could spend a blue skull from Sophie to have him roll again, but a wild on a blue is going to be pretty tough. I'm just going to take the 2 blue damage. I do get to roll 2 blue to see if I can block it with blue eyes, and I have a blue eye, so hopefully at least I can get 1 eye. I got the eye, and I'm going to then spend my blue domain in the eye to prevent the other damage, so he got out scot-clean, but he didn't get his fusion point. They must have it wrong. You're right here, not inside the barred room. But as you approach the bloody glass, you peer inside and realize the papers are accurate. Ashford sits naked and unrestrained inside the padded room. He looks up at you, and your eyes meet for a moment. He grins, a smile full of bloody, broken teeth, and rushes to the glass. You step back, even though bars separate you from the madman. He is shouting something, but the thick glass muffles the words. You can't understand him. The man reaches between the bars and uses the heel of his hand to write a single word in blood smeared across the glass. Chem. He opens his mouth and screams until he collapses, breathless, on the filthy floor. Then he crawls to the middle of the room, where he sits with his legs crossed on the tiles. The man's hands have no fingers, just bloody stumps where they should have been. You watch yourself as he pulls a foot to his teeth and gnaws on the remaining few toes like a dog with a bone. From outside the glass, you look down at your own fingers. Wrong. So wrong. You bring them to your mouth and begin to chew. Gain coda card Chem and Him. I get to gain 1 of these, and I get a random blue domain. Let's see if we can get it here. We did, I got an eye. Then we get 1 of these, so we'll put that on our dashboard. And of course, I get to collect the card Padded Room. Chem and Him actually was really good for me. I was able to gain a few extra colors here. This one is +1 green and blue and only 1 negative. So I actually now am rolling 2 red, 2 green, 3 yellow, 3 blue, and 1 purple. So that was actually a really good one to get because you're gaining 2 and only losing 1. That total also brings our total to 12. That total also brings our total to 12. That was a good sentence. At this point, it is his turn again. He used the encounter the card to do it this time. I'm actually going to pay my 2 mental capacity to do bats in the lab. You've never been in this building before, but Thomas invited you to see his research, and since you'll be spending a lot of time with him on the chem expedition, it seems rude to decline. The Applied Science building sits apart from the rest of the university, and his small laboratory occupies a corner of the top floor. After climbing 8 flights of stairs, you take a moment to catch your breath before knocking on the door. Come in. The smell hits you as soon as you open the door. It's a warm, pungent animal smell like acid in your nostrils. Your eyes water as you force yourself to venture inside. Thomas stands with his back to you, hunched over a long wooden laboratory table. He wears a stained white coat that bulges strangely over his shoulders. He beckons you over without offering you a glance. You don't really want to see what he's working on, but you force yourself to step past rows of animal cages, their bars covered in draped fabric. Chittering sounds arise from inside, joined by the rustle of leather on metal. You pick out another smell as you draw closer. Blood. The metallic scent always makes your pulse thrum in your ears like the chanting of voices in the darkness. Thomas turns to you as you pass the final cage. Blood coats his fingers and the small scalpel he clutches. If you look at the lab table, turn to 52. If you turn and run, turn to entry 6. I'm not running. We're going to go to 52. Though in reality, I probably would run. You don't want to look, but you must. Stepping forward, you see a dead bat lying on the table. Its body is as long as your forearm, with its wings outstretched. Thomas has flayed open its belly. You know throwing up on your friend's research would be rude, so you close your eyes, breathe through your nose, and count to 10 before opening your eyes again. Isn't it great? Thomas asks, and the enthusiasm in his voice is almost comical. No, it's not great. It's a dead bat. But you summon a tiny smile and answer, Sure, I guess, it's a bat. Thomas laughs. Of course it's a bat, but my breeding program is working. Thomas launches into an explanation of the disease process he's studying, how this particular dead bat shows no sign of whatever it was he expected to find in its guts, and how that was wonderful because it means that whatever he was doing was a success. That's wonderful, Thomas, you reply, and although you have no idea what he's talking about, he seems so excited that it's hard not to share a bit of enthusiasm. Maybe we can talk more about it somewhere else. He looks around the lab as if seeing for the first time. Oh, yeah, I guess it does kind of smell like bats in here. Yes, you reply, it does. His face falls slightly, and you hasten to add, but it's fine. Research is always messy. And I now just realized that I'm reading for Sophia, not for Ashford. I get that mixed up because Ashford is doing the action, but it's actually Sophia's card. So, Sophia says, but this is Thomas right now, so I guess it's not yours, Thomas says. Astronomy, isn't it? He glances down at his hands for a moment. Isn't bloody. He shifts uncomfortably, and your eyes are drawn to his shoulders again. Something doesn't look right. An ominous feeling rises inside you. Something feels wrong here. I get to test purple and yellow for those particular symbols. If I succeed, Sophia gains a fusion point. If not, I gain a disorientated card. Barf. Sophia gets to roll 4 yellow and 2 purple, rolling them in. I got a lot of wilds. The wilds are going to do it for me. I needed to get a brain and a hand. And I got a brain here with the yellow, which is what I needed. And then I needed a hand for purple, but I did get a wild, so I believe that satisfies it. So I'm going to gain a fusion point, going up to 5 for Sophia. That's awesome. And then it says here, Thomas, are you all right? Maybe some fresh air will do you good. See, now I get to talk like Sophia. Sorry about the top part. He brightens immediately. Great idea. The night air is the best thing for us. You're unsure who he means by us, but you somehow doubt it involves you. Thomas strides to the window and throws it open, taking deep breaths of cold air that rush in. You move to join him, but he turns his head. His eyes glow yellow. His voice bubbles out as you stumble backward until one of the cages stops you. Tiny claws scramble at your back, paralyzing you on the spot. Thomas sheds his lab coat and spreads his vast black leathery wings that sprout from his shoulders. Every bat in the laboratory screams along with him as he leaps from the window and soars out into the night. Wow. All right, I'm going to gain one of these. That guy's weird. I'm going to gain one of these, and then I get a purple domain. Not saying weird is bad. I'm pretty weird myself. I get a random purple domain, but I don't have wings on my back. I get one of these wild, which is very good. I like purple wilds. And then, and a Sophia fusion point. I get 2 of these just for countering this. So I'm going to go up to 6 on that. That's awesome. All right. Not sure exactly what those are going to do for me, but the more is probably better. And then I get the encounter card as well. It's going to be Gluttony's turn. He's going to go down to 1 on the mental capacity track. And at this point now, I have to choose one of these people to deal with him. It does say that if he ends in a Wanderer's space, I have to choose a Wanderer to resolve a sin card. I am going to choose Ashford. I think that's my best play here. I could choose her. She's got a lot more domains, but I don't want her to take damage if that happens. All right, we're going to reveal Gluttony's card. I'm going to test green for wilds. That'll be awesome. And then roll the roll sin dice and lose that many eyeballs. Oh, that's terrible. All right, first I'm going to, well, just roll the green here. What does he need? Now, Ashford rolls 2 green. Needs a wild. Well, I got a wild already, so I'm okay. We got 2 hands. I ain't going to do it. But I do have a wild in the actual domain, so we're going to spend that to discard one of these from the board. But I'm just going to put it here because it might be coming back, because now I have to roll my sin die. Let's see what I got. 3, and I get to lose eyeballs. I only have 2. I have to lose a purple and blue eyeball. I don't have enough, so he's going to gain this back. And he now gets another token on his sheet here, which is awesome. So he's becoming more and more, well, I guess you could say, terrifying to us. And I've got 4 cards here. So we're going to place, so we're going to get the other card and shuffle it in, and then we'll be all set to go for, well, actually, he's done for the turn, except for the end where he's just going to deal us some damage and roll the sin die here. The only thing left that we can do is we can move. So I am going to use him to use the move action on our board to move up to the pyramid. The pyramid sounds pretty awesome. I want to know what's there. And then we're going to spend 2 mental capacity to do one of those. I can either do a knife in your hand or pyramid sacrifice. Let's read the pyramid sacrifice. That sounds awesome. You kneel on top of the pyramid at the heart of Kem, the sun beating on your back. Like everyone around you, your eyes fix on the diviner who parades around the victim on the altar. The diviner is resplendent in her ritual cloak of feathers that trail behind her as she circles the altar. A gold mask covers her face that's beaten into an eagle's countenance, the long beak sharpened to a point. Her leather-gloved fingertips end in golden razor claws. She circles the altar 3 times, then reverses and loops around 3 times in the opposite direction. The heat is oppressive on the towering pyramid's flat stone top. The people of Kem crowd around you, their knees on the hot rock. You were chosen to kneel on the top today. This honor separates you from the rest of the common people cluttering the steps all the way to the ground. You've never been this close to the diviner before. She is spectacular, awe-inspiring, and terrifying. Beloved by the gods, they gifted her with the power of prophecy. You tremble to be so near her glory. The diviner's victim lies on the altar. You cannot tell if it's a male or female, as feathers cover those parts. Someone impaled the sharpened quills into the sacrifice's skin. The person is not tied down, but held at the wrists and ankles by kneeling warriors, the tribe's most honored and strongest men. They bow their heads, knowing their lives will be forfeit if they lose their hold. They would not die in an honorable sacrifice like this one. Instead, the diviner would push them from the pyramid to tumble and break down its steep sides, leaving them to rot as a feast for carrion birds at the bottom. They will not let go. The diviner climbs atop the victim on the altar, crouching over the struggling form. She looks like a raptor she embodies as her cape of feathers flutters in a weak breeze. She studies the person beneath her. "If I feel but cannot see you," she says to the blazing sun overhead, "you hide like the caiman in the reeds." She stares unblinking at the sky. "Why have you come? What will you give? And what will you take? I will know all this and more when I find you, O Camion, when I have you." I get to gain one random yellow domain. Let's roll that up here and see what we get. We got a wild. All right, I'll take it. A wild domain. Fantastic. I'm going to make sure I give it to the right person. That's going to be Ashford. He's the one doing this. And we'll continue on with our story here. Reaching down with her gold-tipped claws, the diviner caresses the sacrifice's belly. One single claw stops and pushes down, digging straight into the skin. The diviner adds a finger from her other hand. As the victim screams, tearing a small hole in his flesh and widening it, she pulls the hole open and fishes inside until she finds what she wants. Then, standing over the screaming person, she pulls out a glistening rope of writhing guts on a delicate fan of yellow lace. "Show me," she says, pulling more and more intestines from the screaming offering until she is a loop as long as she is tall. With delicate care, she rips it from its hold inside the victim, letting the severed ends drop back inside. The warriors drag the screaming person from beneath the diviner's feet, leaving the eagle woman standing alone on the altar, holding the long tube of bloody intestines. She spins in a circle with her face turned toward the sun, letting the guts stream around her faster and faster. Her gloved hands fondled the hot guts until they slipped from her grasp, and she stops spinning. Your breath catches as the loop of guts sails across the stone and lands in your lap where you kneel. The diviner smiles down at you from the altar. "Caiman in the reeds, come forward." Okay, this is going to be very bad. I don't foresee this turning out well. I get to gain one of these. Hopefully I'm able to use that to take some damage. If you stand and approach the diviner, spawn the encounter Caiman in the reeds in the pyramid. If you try to escape, spawn the encounter escaping the diviner on the pyramid. I'm not going to be able to escape this. Are you kidding me? Now I'm trapped, and I get to collect the pyramid sacrifice. So we're going to take the Caiman in the reeds. So that means we'll have to do that one next if we want to get out of here. I'm going to spend one mental capacity for her to move over to the petroglyphs, and then we're going to return to Ashford. I could do her if I want to, but I'm going to return to Ashford to finish off the Caiman in the reeds, and he's going to go down to 0 mental capacity. The diviner found you. Somehow her rituals worked, and the loop of guts she pulled from the living sacrifice landed in your lap. She knows you do not belong here. This is not your time. This is not your world. You cannot see her eyes behind the golden eagle mask she wears, but she beckons you forward, and you comply, bare feet burning on the hot stone. You do not protest as the warriors grasp you by the wrists and ankles and lift you onto the altar. You do not fight as they strip off your clothing, exposing your skin to the brutal sun above. You do not scream as they puncture you with sharp feather quills, digging them into your flesh until you bristle with them and the altar runs red with your blood. The diviner leaps onto the altar and crouches over her. Her voice is gentle, almost loving, as she runs her golden razor claws over your belly. "Why have you come, Caiman in the reeds? Why do you hide from my sight?" You could not answer even if you knew. The agony as she punctures your belly is exquisite. Nothing exists for a few perfect moments but pure and white pain. The sound of your screams is music fit for the gods listening. She reaches in and widens the hole, poking inside you to find the soft bits, the pain crescendos. You can't even scream as the diviner freezes above you. The black tentacle pushes out of the hole in your belly, spiraling up around the diviner's arm. Her mouth drops open, but no sound emerges. The tentacle flexes and pulls the diviner's hand inside your belly. She fights as it drags her down. The warriors that hold your wrists and ankles release them, backing away. You lie on the altar as the tentacle from inside you pulls the diviner's arm deeper and deeper. Finally, she struggles, shoulder deep in the hole she ripped in your body. The mask falls from her face, and you look into her eyes. Mother? Try to understand the mental state and use it. Test red for hands and yellow for hands. If you succeed, I get a yellow domain. If I fail, I lose a mental capacity. Ooh, I do not want to do that. Losing a mental capacity, that is. I do not get to roll any red, but I do get to roll 4 yellows for hands. I did not get any hands, so we're in big trouble. I can't do anything about that. I mean, I could discard a card to help me out, but I don't think that's worth it. I'll just lose the 1 mental capacity. That's going to be just fine. And since it's Ashford, and he can't actually lose anymore because he has 0, I'm going to have to lose a health instead, so I'll just lose one of those. More tentacles emerge from you, wrapping around her neck. They squeeze, pull, envelop, and smother. In moments, the diviner is gone, disappearing inside you. The tentacles retreat, and your skin gapes open like a bloody mouth just above your navel. You smile. You knew you would see your mother again one day, and now she will be with you forever, safely inside, where no one can ever separate you again. I'm no longer trapped. Bonus. I gain the Coda card Tentacles in the Belly. I get to gain another one of these, so I gained it right back. And I have to gain a yellow random domain and a Sophia fusion point. We get a eyeball, and we're up to 7 fusion points for her. And I get to collect the card as well. The Coda card Tentacles in the Belly is actually really good. Well, it's not perfect, but it's really good. It's good. So I'm going to go up to, Ashford's now going to go to 3 red, 3 blue, 2 purple, and I go down to 2 blue. Sorry. Wow. I go 3 red. So here we go. I've got 3, 1, 2, 4, 2. Also, I do have a power I totally forgot about because I'm amazing. I have a magnifying glass that states if you have 3 or more blue sentients, you may perform an encounter action without spending any of the mental capacity. So I'm actually going to do that. That's going to bring his mental capacity back up to 1 because that would have been a free action. And it's now going to be Sophia's turn. She has 2 mental capacity left, so she's going to do the bridge and drop herself down to 0. This is the bridge. It says, you stand on a narrow rock ledge, tracing the ancient pictoglyphs carved into the cliffside with dry fingertips. Your body feels heavy and bloated in Chem's hot sun, but these carvings have drawn you here. The late afternoon casts shadows, making the engravings glow red beneath your hands. You recognize the bored-out holes in the stones as constellations. Some of the proportions are a little off, but the ancient people who drilled the holes did the best they could. Orion, Virgo, Cetus. The shapes are as familiar as the freckles on the backs of your hands. But other holes are different. They're carved the same way, like stars in the sky, but they're backward. It's as if they mirror the actual constellations but wrap around the edges. They can't represent real stars, or maybe they're meant to be some sort of reflection. Some ancient artist's take on a concept only they understood. There's something between the 2 realms of constellations, though. Some kind of lines. It's almost like a bridge. A wormhole. The voice comes from inside your mind, but also somewhere behind you. You step back on the rocky ledge as far as possible without falling off, looking at your shadow on the wall. There's another shadow around yours, more faint. It moves independently, and you whirl around to see what could be casting it, but nothing lies between you and the sun. Try to understand the madness and maintain your sanity. Well, that's going to be pretty tough in this game. It says here, I'm going to roll yellow for eyes and purple for eyes. If I succeed, I get to gain a domain of any sentience color. That's awesome. If I fail, I lose a mental capacity. We will roll these up and see what we get. I'm looking for eyeballs. I don't see any eyeballs. I don't know about you, but my eyes are not deceiving me. I see nothing there. So I'm going to lose a mental capacity, which of course I am at the end of the track, so I'm just going to have to lose a health. I will lose a shard. And I apologize, I keep calling them shards. They're actually existence tokens, but for some bizarre reason I want to keep saying shards. You turn back to the wall, rubbing your eyes. The other shadow still hovers there, and a far fainter third one joins it, moving independently of your own solid shadow, and the second one engulfing yours, like nesting dolls. You are the center and cannot see anything outside yourself. A wormhole. That was the phrase the shadow said. Which shadow? You're unsure. You've never heard that word before, but somehow it feels right. You return to the two sets of wrapped mirror constellations and the bridge between them. A wormhole. Two worlds connected by something. In the petroglyphs, the bridge, the wormhole, is incomplete. You trace the indecipherable words inscribed along its length. Now that you understand, the afternoon feels cold. The shadows that wrap you from behind chill your blood. What should I do? You whisper. You have no choice, comes the silent answer. At that moment, you believe the voice is right. Something terrible waits across the bridge, the wormhole leading to another warped world and time. And whatever is happening to all body, memory, and mind, it feels like you have no choices left after all. I'm going to be able to gain one of those back, so I just keep bouncing these back and forth. I'm going to gain one of those back. Then I get two purple random ones. Let's see if I can get them to land in the book nicely here. Let's see how we do. Oh, we did pretty good. I get a eye, and I also get a hand. I'm a huge fan of hands because I can shoot them. I can shoot my hands at bad guys. All right, then I get to collect the bridge and return to the game. Oh, and I get to transport the current wanderer to any world shard of my choice. Nice. I can go to anywhere I want. Probably not where Gluttony is. Anywhere but where Gluttony is probably best. I'm looking for ones that have a couple of these. The university has two, the house has two, and the pit has two. I don't know which one to do. I'm going to go to the house. Maybe I can have him go over to the pit after he finishes up the pyramid, which he is going to do after Gluttony takes its turn. Gluttony, after all, is about to do a bonkers amount of damage. He's got 3 void tokens on him, so he's going to do a total of 2, 4, 6, but I have to also distribute 1 additional damage, so it's 3, 6, 9. I'm going to be distributing 9 damage, so I'm going to have Ashford take 5 and Sophia take 4. Ashford gets to roll 2 yellow dice. He didn't get any saves, so he's going to take 5 points of damage. I'm just going to remove all of the existence that he has. He has 5 of them, so we are going to remove all 5 of those as damage. Hopefully I don't need them later. And that's going to be it for that. Now, I get to roll 4 for Sophia. Sophia gets to roll 4 of these and is looking for eyes. Wow, I got no eyes again. That's amazing. So she's going to take 4. So again, we're going to lose existence. We're going to just lose 4 existence tokens, and that's going to be it for her. Yeah, that was great. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to use my card. It says here, whenever losing a damage for any reason, choose another wanderer whose world shard shares at least 1 sentience color with yours to restore 1 mental capacity. So she's going to get a mental capacity back because they both share yellow there. And I'm going to use this card. Whenever another wanderer spends this for any reason, you may roll 1 die. Sentience die. If you roll one of those results, gain 1. And so we're just going to roll a yellow die and see what happens. He might be able to gain this. Let's see what he got. Ooh, we got one of those. Let's see what it says here. If you roll this or this, I get to roll one of these dice. If you roll one of these or this, I get to gain 1. So he does get 1 because she used a whole ton of them to take damage. So that's another card that he has. He can only, so he used that card, and I think that's about all he can do. But Gluttony is now out of action, so it goes down to the bottom. And of course I did that wrong. That was supposed to happen at the end of the phase. So I am not going to get a mental capacity because this would all have happened at the end. He can still get the shard or the existence token, but he can't get she does not get back this because this should have happened after all of them have finished their turn. I was supposed to roll the sin die and lose tokens. 4 again. Really? Or 0. Again, not sure. We'll take 4 though. Boo, Gluttony. All right, I'm going to lose 1 purple here, 1 purple here, 1 purple here. I think that's a lot of purples. I'm going to leave one of these purples here. I'm going to lose a blue here, and I'll lose a blue here. That'll be fantastic. Actually, I'm going to lose a purple here. There, that's good. All right, whatever. She's going to lose those. That was bad. All right, and now he's got to lose 4. I don't want him to lose 4. This is ridiculous. He'll lose one of these. He'll lose one of these. Well, let's lose all his hands. That's fine. Well, hands are all going bye-bye. He does have 1 left. I'm going to use it to do it in a counter action again. Like I said, I believe I can, but I have to take the damage because it's going to be 2 and I only have 1 mental capacity left. We're going to go to number 65, the knife in your hand. This is probably not going to turn out well. You stand atop a towering pyramid at Khem's center under a hot white sun. Robed priests surround you, humming a single deep note from every throat at once. One of them approaches and hands you a knife. The blade is beautiful obsidian and looks sharper than steel. Its handle appears to be bone, held to the blade with a thin, wrapped strip of leather. The priest leads you to the altar in the center of the pyramid's flat top, and your steps falter as you realize why you're there. 2 women lay bound to the altar. They wear thin robes of woven fabric, their faces covered by masks resembling exotic birds. One has feathers of blue and green and a sharp hooked beak. The other is red and gold. Terrified eyes blink at you from behind the masks. The priests point to one woman, the other, you, and your knife. His meaning is clear. You must choose the sacrificial victim. I have to know, you say, but you're already due. With trembling hands, you remove the masks. Under the blue and green one is your wife, Martha. She looks like she did when you married her, before the fire melted her face into a horror of twisted scar tissue that makes people scream. Under the other is a young woman. That young woman, she is whole again, with no shards of glass slicing her skin or puncturing her eyes. They both grunt and moan, but stiff mud packs their mouths, holding them wide open in filthy, muffled screams. The priest points again. You must choose. If you sacrifice your wife, go to entry 19. Should you decide to sacrifice the young woman, turn to entry 8. If you refuse to make a choice, proceed to 28. Oh my gosh, that's interesting. Most of the time in games like this, you never get that choice to not proceed to entry 28. Wow, that's super interesting. Okay, should I just do that? Because I don't think I've ever really been given the opportunity to not do something, like at all. Normally it's like, you gotta make a choice. We're sacrificing the young woman, entry 8. If the nightmare were real, you would find some way to escape this horrible choice. But it can't be real. It's a test, a subconscious flutter of your confused mind. Nothing has been right since you returned to Khem, and nothing will be right until you leave. There's no escape from this pyramid until you've satisfied the priests. A test. You know what to do. With the trembling tip of the knife, you point at the young woman. The priests nod and cut Martha free from her binding, shoving her off the altar. 2 burly guards carry her to the pyramid's edge and toss her down the steep step. Wow! That's out of control. I hope she's okay. You hear Martha, well, we'll find out. You hear Martha tumbling, her bones cracking down the side for far too long until finally there is a quiet, except for the terrified, choking groans of the young woman from her dirt-packed throat. There couldn't have been a right answer to any of this. Not real. One thing is as real as another here. Your voice vibrates inside your soul, speaking from everywhere and nowhere. Do what you must. The woman's skin parts easily under the sharp blade. Her ribs crack under the force of your hand gripping the knife, and you twist it to open the cavity within. Pink lungs burst through, but you push them aside, clutching her beating heart. It's the size of your fist, throbbing as you grasp, like caught bird trying to escape. You hold it gently, momentarily, feeling the life in your slick fingers. Then, with a sharp pull, you rip it from her chest and hold it up to the sky. The blood fountains up, running down your arm and shoulders. It beats for longer than you expect. And when it finally stops, you hand it to the priest. It's a good trade. That voice sweeps across the top of the pyramid. A knife is better than a dead heart. With one last look at the pale, dying woman, you clutch the knife and look to the sky. The Wanderer gains 1 blue. All right, well, that's pretty good, I guess. So he's up to 5 blue. Wow, he started with like almost none. What, 1 or 2 of that. Gain 1 of those existence things again. So we'll gain 1 of these. And we get to gain a blue domain, a blue wild domain. All right, so we get a wild domain. And I have to lose 1 mental capacity, so now I lose this because I don't have any mental capacity. And I collect the encounter card Knife in Your Hand. So we'll put this with our group of cards that we have, which brings our total to 17. We're going to the refresh phase. This isn't really part of it. I'm just going to move that up to 5 since it's right here. And that end of phase is where I would have done all the damage with Gluttony, which we've already done. He rocked us. I'm going to remove all of these tokens. We're going to put our sentient tokens back up to 8 and 7. Any of the cards that we used that we had to flip over, I'm going to reset them so they're all set to go for our next turn here. On top of that, we also get to remove any of these tokens on this card because I get to use these again. This flips over as well. We also flip over our tokens here to make sure that we can do our domain actions again because those are key to victory. And we really need to finish this time because Gluttony is sitting here with 4 tokens. We now get to reveal our next 2 cards. We have Flayer and we have Rabid back again. So we've gone back around our characters here. So we'll put Rabid's token out. We're going to put Rabid on 3 and we're going to put Flayer, yep, super cool Flayer guy. He is going to go on 4. Once we place these out, then we also have to roll our die to see where they're going to go onto the board. Rabid is going to go on to number 12. So we'll grab Rabid's miniature and put it out onto number 12, which is the stone circle right down here. Then we're going to roll up the one for Flayer. Flayer is going to go to 13. That's probably going to be really bad. Flayer is right here, I think. I might have put a wrong miniature out for 1 point. I'm not exactly sure. All right, we're going to put him out on the board. He's going to go at 13, which is the petroglyphs, which we were just at with Sophia. This person is going to grab 2 reds. See, we get 2 reds and a purple. Let's see which ones we're going through. The eyeballs, the brains, and the hands. Oh, I'm really hoping not the hands. All right, that's fantastic. Rabid is going to grab a blue, a green, and a red one as well. And see what we get here. We have an eyeball, a skull, another hand. All right, for Rabid, that's fantastic. I don't think I have any hands because I got rid of them all. At our beginning of turn, I'm going to be able to use my Ascendant Harmony, which means I gain a existence here because I have a domain in every single section, which is awesome. We're going to start by taking that guy out. We're going to start with Ashford. Ashford is going to attack. He's going to attack through the blue. Nope, not that one. That's Rabid. I want to attack the Flayer. Okay, actually, I'm going to have Sophia go first. I have a plan. It's not good, but I have a plan. She's going to attack Flayer through the purple eyes. She's going to go for the purple eye one and see if she can take him out. The first thing I'm going to do is that parts of the body again. I'm going to grab 3 red dice and hope for some hand symbols here. That was perfect. Wow, so good. All right, I'm going to gain those domains. And now I'm going to attack him through the purple eye. I get to roll 2 dice for that. Hopefully this will be enough to kill him. We get a purple eye. We got no purple eyes. Oh, I was really hoping I get a purple eye. I'm going to spend this. This is actually Ashford's skull. It allows him to give her an extra die, and she has to roll it though when he can give this after she makes the roll. So now we know the roll, we can roll this up. I did get a wild for that one. That was perfect. So we did 1, and then I'm going to discard 3 from my gun, and I'm going to discard the purple eye and the purple wild I have, which gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage. And I'm going to discard this card to give myself a purple wild, pushing up to 7 damage. That's enough to kill him. I am then going to spend this card here, has 2 charges. When you discard another card, domain card, to use the bottom section of the domain for the test, you may spend 1 charge from this card to instead grab that card. So I'm going to do that, meaning I have 1 charge left on that card and returns this card back to my area, and that kills the Flayer. So the flayer's off the board. I'm going to grab 2 more of these for her. Now, the only problem is I don't have a way of really getting Rabbit because I just spent everything I have to take him off the board. But we'll see what we can do. Maybe we'll get lucky, we'll get some good domains, and things might actually be better for us. We'll find out. Okay, that was her turn. Actually, no, I lied. That was just her first free action. She's going to spend 2 to do a domain. But before we do that, I am going to pick up a red wild that she would have spent. So I'm going to be able to give this to Ashford onto his wild side. That's going to be, that's because, of course, he has his treasured teeth that allows him to pick when his wanderer spends a domain from his or her dashboard. He may immediately choose to gain one of the spent domains. I'm going to do that. Fantastic. She is now going to spend 2 mental capacity to either do a whisper in the cellar, or we're going to do a is if she is needed. I think we're going to do the whisper in the cellar. You wake up in your bed clutching the covers around you. Your nightgown feels clammy as the moon shines through your window. Everything is where you left it when you went to bed. Your doll sits on the dresser, their glass eyes reflecting the silver crescent. Monkey sits next to them, its stuffing leaking out the hole Mother promised to fix but hasn't sewn it up yet. Your books line their shelves. The house is quiet. Nothing looks wrong, but the cold feeling around your shoulders hugs you like a ghost. You don't dare pull the covers over your head because then you wouldn't be able to see if a monster crept out of your closet or reached up from under your bed. Sophia! The voice is scratchy and far away. It's not Mother's voice or Father's. Sophia! Pulling the covers over your head might be a good idea after all. You try it, but it makes things worse. You can still hear the voice, and now you can't see it if it comes for you. You call out for Mother and Father, but no one answers. Only the voice does. The moon has drifted past the window when you finally set your feet on the floor, feeling for your slippers with your toes. Mother and Father never let you sleep in their bed with them, not even the first night they brought you here after taking you from your real mother and sailing you across the ocean. But there was never a voice calling your name from the bottom of the stairs before. They aren't in their room. Their door is wide open and the bed is made. Sophia! You are alone in the house except for the voice. The stairs creak as you descend the pitch-black first floor. You pause to light a candle at the front door. The flame makes shadows jump and wiggle on the wall. You find no one in the parlor, the kitchen, the sitting room, or the dining room. But the cellar door is open. The voice comes from down there in the dark. Investigate the voice requires more than courage. Test red for 2 eyes. If you succeed, go to entry 14. If you fail, or you don't want to investigate, proceed to 37. No, I'm going to go. The problem is I can't roll any red. Good news. Good news, bad news. Bad news, I can't roll any. Good news, I've got a red eye and I've also got a red wild. So we're going to spend both of those and I'm going to gain one of the red wilds with, of course, our treasured teeth with Ashford. So Ashford does get the red wild and we're going to go to 14. You aren't a coward. Mother, your real mother, not this one who calls herself your mother but isn't, always told you that you were born to be brave, so that's what you are. Brave means carrying a candle down to the cellar where the scratchy voice, like an old door hinge, calls your name. So that's what you do. Even during the day, you hate the cellar. When Mother sends you down to fetch a can of last year's peas off the wooden shelves, you always run as fast as possible so the hands don't get you. They're waiting at the bottom of the stairs. You know what they really are. It's just a pair of old pruning shears on the edge of the table with Father's gardening gloves hung on the ends, one on each handle where he leaves them to dry. But they look like real hands, and they always searching out for you at the bottom of the stairs. You know they'll get you one day if you don't run fast enough. Sophia! The voice is coming from farther back in the cellar. The hands aren't there when you reach the stairs bottom. You creep around the shelves of tools, past old furniture with dusty sheets thrown over the top, brushing cobwebs from your face. The voice doesn't call your name again. You stand in the cellar for 20 heartbeats listening to the silence. Leaving the cellar is always worse than going down. You rush to the stairs to reach for the handrail, bolting halfway up before you hear the creak of an old rusty tool. The hands wrap around your leg and pull you down. You don't have time to scream before the candle blows out. The voice whispers your name one last time. I gain a fusion point, so I go up to 40 to number 8. I need to go get a new pair of underwear is what I need to do. I gain one of these. I lose a brain domain. I'm going to lose the purple one, I think. Because, no, I'm going to lose the green one. Because I lose more purple than, I can roll more purple than green. More green than purple, sorry. And then I collect the encounter card, which is going to help. I get to grab Whispers in the cellar. All right, I'm going to be halfway smart. It's not fully smart, but halfway smart. I'm going to go over here to the pit. That'll be fantastic. I'm going to use 1 mental capacity to do that. I am then going to control Gluttony. Gluttony is going to move 2 towards the closest. Oh, I failed miserably. I thought I spaced these people out enough so that I wouldn't have to worry about Gluttony getting to them. I thought, okay, 1, 2, he can't get 1, 2, he can't get there. Check this out, 1, 2, right in the house. That's terrible. All right, that's going to cost 3 though. 1, 2, 3 is going to go down to 4 mental capacity, but because of that, I am going to have to resolve a sin card for Sophia. Let's see how this goes. Hopefully not horribly horrible, but it still could be pretty horrible. Let's see what we have found. I'm going to test yellow for a wild. I do get to roll 4 for a wild, and no, I didn't get a wild. Boo! So that I don't get to do. Now I'm going to lose a gluttony, a number of skull tokens, 3. I don't have that many. I've got 1, so I'm going to lose the 1 blue one, and then of course he's going to gain another sin, which puts him up to 6. And he also gains another void token, which this is probably going to signal the end here. At this point, we'll take his deck, shuffle it up. I really didn't think Gluttony would be the end of me. This guy gets kind of rough. Don't let him build up like that. We only have to do 5 damage to Rabid. Don't think it's going to happen, but I'm going to give it my best shot. I am going to attack him through his red eyes, and we're going to see if Ashford can do this using an attack action on our dashboard. But before we do, he's going to do a domain action to give himself a red, a blue, and a yellow. There might be a chance that he might be able to gain, hopefully, another domain or 2 that he can use to attack. Let's see what we get here. We got a skull, a brain, and an eye. That's not going to help. And that cost him 1 mental capacity, going to 6. I'm going to move over to her turn. She is also going to do a domain action. No, I don't think that's the place to do it. It's not really going to help me too much. I was hoping to get maybe some skulls or something that I can send his way, but if he's going to be rolling red, I can't get red there. I can only get yellow and green. Since that domain action really isn't going to help, I am just going to attack him through the red domain of the eyeballs, so I'm going to have to roll pretty good here. Let's see how we do. Let's see other ones I can do. Blue. Blue's not going to help me, and green is terrible. All right, so we're going to try red here. I need to roll red eyeballs. I got 1 red eyeball. Oh, and I got a wild too. Okay, that's good. So I got 1, 2. I think I might be able to do this. Yeah, I can. Okay, this is going to be great. Okay, I rolled an eyeball and a wild, and I've got 2 wilds on his dashboard, so that's 4. And I've got my knife, which is going to do 1 extra damage. That's 5. So again, one-shotting these guys is definitely the ticket. This guy is off the board. I don't have to worry about him anymore. Get these tokens back into their place so I never have to see them again. Red eyeballs, barf. Actually, I don't, red eyeballs, good red eyeballs. I'm going to only get 1 existence from killing that particular creature, or that, I shouldn't say creature, that terror, but that's okay. That was a great roll. I only need 2 more cards left and we have completed this. So we can either go to Labor or the Trial of Sophia. Let's go to the Trial of Sophia. That sounds ominous. You've descended into the bottomless pit so many times. Each visit offers some new horrific visions that sweep you from the spiraling walls staircase and pushes you into the abyss. This time is different. You stumble down the crumbling stone stairs, gripping the slick wall until the steps end at a long bridge that juts out over the dark mist below. You can't see the other side, but there is nowhere else to go. Wooden planks make up the bridge, supported by thick rope. It dips under your weight as you step onto the first plank. The wall behind you vanishes within 4 steps. There's nothing but the bridge. Swirling purple mist surrounds you as you creep forward. And I think I called it the trial, but it's actually the trail of Sophia, as I can tell. Sorry about that. Your stomach is enormous. It's like you're pregnant with triplets. You can't see your feet as you step from one plank to the next, but you feel the rip as your belly splits horizontally, forming a bloody smile just below your navel. A wet plop of soft meat lands on your foot. It's not a baby. You stumble away from it, moving ever forward on the bridge. The stain it leaves on your boot is brown. It was your liver. You recognize the color and smell. Receive 1 red damage. Well, I can't do anything about that because I can't roll any red. So I'm just going to take 1 damage, which will be one of those. Another plop. This one is green. Bile oozes out onto the bridge. You grip your gaping belly with both hands, but you can't keep more of your insides from spilling out with every step you take. Your spleen is a large red tongue that curls around the plank's edge as it lands. Your intestines are a tangled tube of glistening pale sausage spread out on a lace fan of white fat that drags behind you and tangles your weakening legs. Each kidney falls separately, red-brown and firm, bouncing off the bridge and into the abyss below. Blood soaks your fingers as your steps slow. A trail of your organs drizzle across the bridge behind you, shoved from the hole in your belly that you can't hold closed. I received 2 damage, all right? I will lose 2 more of these because I don't have any way to roll red dice. And at this point it says here, step, plop, step, plop. It doesn't hurt. It does smell. When the bridge ends with no platform to step onto, you turn around to see what you've left behind. The long tube of your intestines hangs from the slash in your belly. You pull it towards you inch by slippery inch. You tie your entrails to the bridge's rope support. Your intestines blanch at the edges as you pull the knot tight. This visceral cord won't hold your weight, but there's nowhere else to go. Empty nothingness lies ahead. Behind you stretches a trail of what was once your body. Holding the rope made from your slippery guts, you wrap your remaining innards around your neck, hold your breath, and step off into the swirling mist. Wow! That's terrible. Well, I get to gain the Coda card, the Sophia's Trail. Sophia's Trail. That was a trial in itself. That was something. I get one of these. That's fantastic. And I get a purple domain. Let's roll that up. I get a wild one. I don't have to roll it up. It's a wild purple domain. That's fantastic. And I get to collect the card as well. Ashford got to do that for free, and he's going to gain this. It's going to give him +1 red, but -1 green. So he now has 4 red, but zero green. He has 0 green. He rolls green about as well as Sophia rolls red. He could do that for free because of his magnifying glass, which allows him to do an encounter action for free once per turn. Our last card is going to be right here. I think I'm going to do Is She Needed? Is going to be hers. You didn't think they'd call for you. You always had to stay in your room when Mother and Father had those friends over before, and you never minded. You had your books and paint set and knew how to put yourself to bed when you grew tired of those. The house always smelled funny the next day after those friends left, but it didn't matter. Tonight is different. Mother opens the door without knocking. Sophia, she says, come downstairs. There's someone who wants to meet you. You're already in your nightgown, but she says that doesn't matter, so you follow her down the staircase, letting your fingers slide down the wooden grooves under the banister, worn smooth and shiny in the light of Mother's lantern. A man stands at the bottom of the stairs next to Father. You saw the man before when you used to hide at the top of the staircase, peering through the railing to see those friends arrive. You'd see a dozen people some nights, but there is only him tonight. He smiles at you, and you wish he hadn't. It's how a snake smiles at a mouse, and you know what happens to the mouse. Sophia, the man says, what a lovely girl you are. You aren't sure what to say, but he seems to expect an answer, so you mumble, thank you, gripping the edge of Mother's skirt. Come down, child, let me look at you. He wants to see how big you are, to know if he can swallow you whole. Mother pushes you forward, making you creep down the last few stairs. The man takes both of your hands like he's going to dance with you. His palms are sweaty, and he smells like smoke, hot metal, and the dead bird you found under the tree in the backyard with maggots instead of eyes. Try to break free from the terrifying imaginings. I have to test blue and green for hands, and if I succeed, I get a fusion point or restore 1 mental capacity. Should you fail, I receive 2 yellow damage. I get to roll 3 green and 1 purple, and we're hoping for some hands. I got a green hand, but I did not get a purple. Oh, sorry, test blue for hands. Sorry, my fault. And green for, so this should be a blue die. I'll still only get to roll 1 blue, but actually, you know what? It doesn't matter because the hand is not the most dominant ones on these. So anyway, I failed. All right, I failed. I take 2 yellow damage, right? Oh boy, 2 yellow damage. Okay, so we're going to roll these up. I think I can roll 4 dice for this, which is going to be kind of nice. Hopefully I can roll some eyes on this because I'm running out of things here. Nope, I take 2 damage. So I'm going to get rid of 2 of these for damage. That's fantastic. The man looks at you, and you study the floor. Finally, he drops your hands. You wipe them on your nightgown, which is probably rude. Father will scold you for that later. If she is needed, the man says, she will be acceptable. Mother gathers you into her skirt, her hand on the back of your head. We are honored, she says, but you have another girl, do you not? Sophia is not likely to be needed. The man shrugs. You never know. The stars have told us that the time is 2 decades away. This one's birth barely made the cutoff. The other girl's preferred by over an hour, but it is always wise to have a backup plan. His words make no sense. As soon as Mother lets go, you bolt back up the stairs. You pause at the top, peeking down through the rails. The man looks straight up at you. You flinch, but you don't look away. If she is needed, the man repeats to Mother, she will do nicely. Oh, this is awesome. I get to gain 1 of these. And I also get to gain 2 hands of any sentience. I'm going to take 2 red ones because I can't roll red. So might as well grab as many of those as I can get. All right. Then I also get to collect the card if she is needed. With 20 of our cards, I get to go to the finale. It also says that you have to defeat the abomination, but we know that gluttony is technically not defeatable, and it does say in that particular expansion that that no longer becomes one of the reasons you have to win. So we are going to move into the final ending here, or the final part of this particular mission. We're going to go to intro for Sophia, Pillar of Reflection. This is the story moment for that. After we read the story moments, we're going to set up the finale for this particular game and see how it goes. It's fitting that fools surround you since you're the biggest fool of all. You should have known better. You momentarily see everything clearly as you stand between the pillars of human spines before the accursed, impossible altar in the dark temple's belly. It's strangely beautiful. Candles surround the altar's top, their light reflecting from 1,000 shards of broken glass that float in the air. They slowly bob up and down, forward and back in the waves and eddies. In each one you catch a tiny glimpse of what it holds. Each shard is a memory fragment. Some of them are yours. Some of them are real. You can discern those by the clear edges that line the glass holding them. Black slime, crusted blood, or seeping yellow pus borders them. Those memories are twisted and distorted, drawing your gaze despite your efforts to look away. You barely glimpse an image in each one as they spin and weave through the air. You don't want more than that. Bob, weave, spin, and twist. Ashford, Dr. Ashford, is a child in a boat on a shallow river. Andrew stands atop a pyramid with a knife in his hand. Thomas kneels on the shore of an ocean of blood. And you? There are too many of your memories here, and somehow it is not enough. Your expedition's other members stand beyond the glistening glass memory shards. These fools came here with you looking for, well, you all had your reasons. In this moment, you see truth. Not a fragment or distorted, warped mirror house reflections, but the absolute, unvarnished truth. Thomas's body merges with one of the 4 pillars across the altar. He groans in agony because he can't scream anymore. Andrew has nearly fused to his pillar to your left. His laughter is nightmarish. Dr. Ashford faces his pillar to your right, gazing at the bleached bones as if someone carved a riddle into their curves. Or perhaps it's the answer to a riddle in a language no human tongue could speak. None of them see you. It's a small mercy. You don't see yourself when you look down at your body. Your legs have withered into bony sticks, the skin hanging slack. Your torso has bloated from your hips to your neck, becoming a shapeless, undulting flesh sack. It's as if live, withering eels stuff your skin. You can't stand. Your back presses against the pillar of a human's spines. The bones dig into your shoulder blades as you become one with the temple. In a way, the fragmented memories are a kindness. They distance your mind from your world's truth and the horror inhabiting the dark room beneath Khem's pyramid. They are wrapped in terrifying. They are warped and terrifying, but they are better than this. They're better than the truth, at least most of them. A glint of light catches your eyes as you glance at your foolish friends. One of the shards turns toward you, the candlelight reflecting directly into your vision. We should never have come here. It's the last thought before another jagged mind fragment twists you away from the truth and back into your scattered nightmare. The other intro is for Ashford, clear as glass. It says here, you stand alone in the church. Moonlight streams through the stained glass windows, illuminating the body lying on the altar at the sanctuary's foot. Her funeral flowers still surround the body, but there is no casket, mourners, or preacher. The sickening sweet smell of the wilting flowers rot chokes the air. The young woman lies bathed in jagged moonlight, her arms folded across her chest. She wears a white gown, more suited to a bride than a corpse. No, it's not her. It can't be her. The corpse opens her eyes and smiles at you. Ashford, she whispers, her voice echoing like a tomb. Ashford, I'm pregnant. The words haunt you from another world, life and body. Your unborn son died when this woman... No. You can't think about what happened. But this corpse is still pregnant. Her dead belly withers with life, feeding on her body from inside. You feel its call from within her, echoing from another world that is close, yet so far away. It is not your son. It's something more, something other, but also somehow you. As you lean over the altar, the dead face swells like dough in the oven, bubbling and settling into a new form. You know this new face well. Sophia. The corpse on the altar cannot be Sophia. She never carried your child. But she is telling the truth. The thing that grows inside this bloated form shares a kinship with you. It withers within her body and your soul simultaneously. The stained glass window shatters, pelting the corpse with jagged shards that impale her face and arms. She refracts the moonlight like a shattered mirror, and you see your own face in every reflection. Squeezing your eyes shut, you scream. When you open them again, you are no longer in a church, but a temple. Pillars surround the obsidian altar. The candles burn atop it. Your reflection stands across the altar from you, its appearance whole and unbroken. The other Ashford smiles at you in the candlelight. He is twisted, changed, here yet not here, real and still intangible. He speaks in a voice from another dimension. I am power, you are failure. I am strength, you are weakness. I am the one that you could be and should always have been. Open yourself to me. We will be one in the ritual when I am truly born. Your soul tears inside you. Part of you yearns to receive this otherworldly gift, and another piece screams that everything here is a lie. Let me in, Ashford, your mirrored self says, extending a hand toward you. No, the ritual is not yet complete. There is still time to fight this future. Here's the overview. The ritual begins. The body prepares its sacrifice, and what remains of Sophia's existence hangs by a thread. Your resistance and the chance to save those you previously abandoned starts here. Banding together, the Wanderers must wield the Sophia fusion points earned in the Wanderer's stage to contend with the Dark Presence.
infesting and manifesting from Ashford's soul. Simultaneously, they need to thwart Sophia's pillar, which consistently manifests the dark, consuming terrors within her soul. These two linked forces will use Sophia's terror to overwhelm you, minimizing their weakness while sharing their strengths. The malformation will make it difficult to attack Sophia's terror and thus protect her pillar. While the pillar spawns terrors that absorb damage inflicted on student Sophia and the malformation, attacking the terror student Sophia will weaken the pillar here and in the final game. However, you must kill Ashford's malformation to preserve Sophia and win this finale. So manage your resources wisely. Your success or failure now will determine Sophia's fate forever. Don't forsake her. Nothing big. I mean, just the fate of the world, and Sophia is in your hands. Going into the finale here for this particular one, I'm going to treat it like a finale in a normal game. If that's wrong, I apologize, but I did take the abomination off the board, which was gluttony. It does say to remove that when you're going into a finale, so I did remove that because it normally would be destroyed when moving into this, but you cannot defeat gluttony, so I just took it off the board. Hope that's right. I could be wrong. I also reset our mental capacity to the top. Again, according to the actual finale rules, that's, from what I understand, how you're supposed to do it. Everything else is remaining the same. I need to put these two characters out now. This is his malformation 1, arcane knowledge, and we also have Sophia student, the pillar. That is the pillar of Sophia there, or it shouldn't say this is her terror, I guess you could say, or bad guy. I guess you got to defeat that thing. Our goal is to defeat arcane knowledge, which is the malformation 1 for our character Ashford. Though, if we do damage and things to that, to this pillar of Sophia here, that's going to help us in the actual finale in the 4th mission. I believe how this is going to work is every mission you're going to be going with one of the students, and at the end you're going to fight the pillar of that student along with one of the malformations of Ashford. So right now we're fighting number 1. I bet mission 2 is 2 and mission 3 is 3. I haven't looked at them yet, but I'm going to guess, I have a strange suspicion that might be the deal. Normally, the malformation has 6. It has said that we're supposed to have 15 health for the malformation with a 2-player game. And both of these are going to have new passives. Sophia gets this passive down here. Terrors beside the student Sophia within 2 spaces of arcane take his wounds for him until they die. And prioritizing those nearest arcane. So they're going to be taking the damage before we do actually any damage to arcane knowledge. The one for him is going to say wanderers may only attack student Sophia when they occupy her space. So they can only attack when they're inside of her space. He also has a passive that is active that says wanderers may only attack arcane from a distance of X, where X equals arcane's total existence. Right now his existence is 0, so we can attack him in the same space that he is. They will be spawned into a random place without a wanderer. The passive for Sophia down here states other terrors within 2 spaces take wounds for her until they die, prioritizing those nearest of her. So basically, the terrors are going to protect both of these both of our enemies, I should say. So we don't want them on the board. That would be the best. If we don't have any terrors on the board, we can go after them. Also, her domain rift ability here says, if they're one of these, the skull, then she moves up to 1 space toward the terror nearest her. This is always active, even if she doesn't have a skull rift domain. Also, we have a Pillar of Sophia card, which has 3 tokens on it. So here's the deal. Whenever arcane knowledge or the terror student Sophia take wounds, I'm going to spawn a random terror on the Pillar of Sophia's space. That terror is going to enter the board with its wounds equal to what it normally starts with, or I shouldn't say that. So it spawns a random terror on the Pillar of Sophia's space, and I will place 3 minus X amount of wounds on that terror equal to the amount of tokens on the pillar card. These are going to gain tokens as we fight them. Every time you're able to defeat the Sophia student pillar, you're going to be placing a token on here, which then of course will make the terrors spawn with less health. With them having less health, they're going to be able, the arcane knowledge and Sophia are not going to be able to absorb as much damage. And whenever we're able to defeat one of the pillars, we are going to then spawn that terror.
I shouldn't say, whenever we defeat the pillar, it's just going to spawn in a new place. And I lied, they start with the tokens on them. We have to destroy them to remove them. So it's 3 minus what they have there. So in other words, right now they're going to have full health when they come out. Then it would be 2 less, 1 less, 3 less than, or sorry, they would have 1 less, 2 less, 3 left based on how many times they're able to defeat the student, the Sophia student. I apologize if I'm making mass confusion to you, but I hope you get the idea. The idea is I've got to defeat the arcane knowledge. It has 15 health. Every time we hit him, we're going to spawn a terror. That terror is going to have full health minus, of course, how many pillar tokens we're able to get off of that. And whenever we defeat one of the Sophia student pillars, we're going to remove one of these, making those terrors come out with less. I think I'm going to have, my goal here is just going to be ramp into the arcane knowledge, and we'll see how that goes. This could be the worst plan ever, but my goal is just to dish as much damage out and not worry about the terrors. This will end when I defeat the arcane knowledge. Of course, like I said, the more of these we can remove from here, I believe the easier the ending finale is. If Ashford dies, this finale ends. If we lose the Sophia student actual character out here, if she dies, we continue to go. It's only if we lose Ashford that we actually lose the mission. Also, if we cannot attack arcane knowledge, we lose the mission. How can we not attack him? Well, remember, we have to be in this space equal to the amount of existence he has. So if he has 2 existence, we can only attack him from 2 spaces away. Not 1, not 3, not in his space. If he ever gets 4 existence on him, you can only attack up to a maximum of 3 spaces away, so we no longer can attack him, and the mission ends and most likely a failure. Like I said, the board remains the same. I did take the cards off of it. I don't think we're going to need the cards anymore. If we do, I'll put them back on. The only other thing we have that I have to talk about is I finally got my void tokens out. These are void tokens. You can, once you attack one of the people, Sophia or arcane knowledge from your particular world shard, you have to place a void token on it. Once the void token is on that shard, you can no longer attack them from that position. So you only get 1 chance to attack again in your place you are. So this is going to be rough. We're going to place out the Sophia one. Sophia is going to go on 16, which is the Dark Temple. That's pretty ironic. That's actually exactly where she should be. And our other guy is going to be on 1. He's back at the university. Wow, that's actually pretty funny. And our characters aren't even close. Sophia's way up there, and we got Ashford way up here, so we got to get to them in order to take them out. We do get to go first because we have 8 mental capacity. Our malformation has 6, and our pillar has 4. Now I'm going to draw to see what we can attack them through. 3 purples for our pillar. So I'm going to grab our 3 purples, and just so you know, I've been having these off to the side, just kind of mixing them up every once in a while, and I have 3. I'm just going to grab these 3 right here. So we have a wild, a hand, and a purple skull. That's going to be on the student Sophia. Then we have arcane knowledge. Arcane knowledge is 2 blues. Please do not get the brain symbol because I don't have any brains on any of my guys. I got a brain, a eye, and an eye. Awesome. I've got none of those. That's fantastic. Just so you know where we sit with all of our people, I have all of our characters sitting here with those particular domains here. He has 4 damage and he has 1. She has 2 of these existence, 1 health, and these are the domains she has. She has the ability to use these. She's really a big fan of her gun. He's really a big fan of his knife. We need to try to do a ton of damage per hit in order to take these guys out because, like I said, every time we hit them, a terror is going to come out. If that terror is close enough, it's going to take the damage, so we need to do a lot in a hurry. I get to act first, and I'm going to have this guy move 1, 2, let's see, he's going to move 3 spaces. He's going to go from the pyramid to the petrolographs to the train. She's going to move 1, 2, 3 to the university. Those are both going to be our basic actions that we're going to be able to do. We can move up to 3 spaces. Those are like extra actions. Then I can use domain actions, which I think I'm going to do. Those are going to cost us each 1 mental capacity. So I'm going to grab a red, yellow, and green dice for him. Was that even worth it? I don't even have half those colors. He's not going to do that. He's going to stay right where he is. He might move in here and then do one. Instead, she's going to do it. She's going to grab 2 blue and a yellow because that's exactly what you need to hit this guy and see what she gets. She's able to get a skull, a hand, which is perfect. She's got a hand, a skull, and an eye. And I'm going to have him move 1 for 1 mental capacity. At this point, they're both at 7. I am going to spend a token to do an attack action with her through his blue eye stat here. That's going to be my plan. Now she only rolls 1 blue die, but that's okay. I can really go for an eye. I got a hand. That's not going to do any damage, but I've got everything else. I've got the gun. That's going to do me 3 because I do have 3 hand domains. So that's 3 damage. Then I have a blue eye, so that's 4 damage. And then I'm going to discard this card for 5 damage, and I'm going to be able to reclaim that card because of this card here spending my final shard, or sorry, charge, I should say. So I did a total of 5 damage, actually not even rolling any dice, which is pretty awesome. He's going to go down to 10 health, and because of this, I am going to take from her, I'm going to take a blue eye just in case I need it for defense. Sadly, Whisper now spawns in the terror's space here because I was hurt, because I damaged the Arcane Knowledge character. This person is going to end up with 5 mental capacity right there, and I have to draw 3 purples for places to attack this, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to go after him, and when I attack him, though, the damage is going to go over here. Totally fine. Actually, that's not fine. I did not like the fact they spawned so close together, because remember now, this person says that terrors besides student Sophia within 2 spaces of Arcane take his wounds for him until they die, prioritizing those nearest Arcanes. That means all the damage I do is going to go here, which I guess isn't too bad because then I can go back and attack again through the yellow eye. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're still going to go after him, but we're not going to do any damage to him. We're going to do all the damage over here. And if we don't actually damage him, then that means that he won't spawn another terror. The other option is I could move over here and just go after this person, but I don't have any purple. I have a lot more blue that I can do damage with. So we're going to attack him through the blue brain. And of course, because this game is hard and not easy, I actually can't do that because I have to place a token there saying I can no longer attack him from that place. So I am going to have to move. I'm going to have to move over here. I don't have any purple though. This was actually a bad move. He should not have come down here. I should have had Sophie go after this person and then him go somewhere else. He's going to move down here to the village. He's going to gain, it's going to cost him 1 mental capacity. Sophia's still standing where she is. I think she might sacrifice herself and move over there for 1 mental capacity. Maybe she can do something to those, or at least hold them up. And then he'll come down here. Maybe she can take this guy out and then I can hit him again from here. But again, spawn another terror over here. Wow, those two standing next to each other is brutal. Okay, let's see what this guy does. We're going to start with the top one up here. It's going to cost him 2 mental capacity, going down to 4 on the mental capacity track. And it says that, what's it said? Limit once per round. Arcane gains 1 shard. Then he distributes 4 damage among all the wanderers within X spaces. X equals his total number of existence tokens. That's amazing. Lastly, Arcane transports to a random world shard. No, come back! First, he's going to gain his existence shard, so now I have to attack him at least 1 space away, which I was set up to do. Each wanderer is going to take 2 damage. I get to roll yellow to try to block this. Sophia rolls 4. She needs to get eyes. She got 2 eyes, even though 1 didn't make it in the dice tray. So she's totally fine. Now, of course, Ashford, though, only gets to roll 2 yellows, and he got no eyes. But I do have 2 yellow eyes, but I want to save those for actually hitting him. So he's going to take 1 point of damage by, well, he's going to take 2. He's going to remove his existence, and then he's going to take another damage. That puts him at 5 damage out of 11. So he can only take 6 more before he's going to go down. Now Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo Hoo Hoo is going to transport himself to shard number, or tile number 4, which is the church. Way over there. Barf. 1, 2. I need to move 2 spaces. Nope, I need to move 1, 2, 3 spaces to get to him. I can't see 1, 2. Yep, I need to move 3 spaces just to be able to make an attack against him. And because I was super smart and moved them both onto that tile, that was genius. I should have actually just had her come down, try to attack him, then I would have known where he was. He'd actually still be at the pit and actually be able to attack him right now. That would have been so good. It's Sophia's turn. She's going to cry a little bit. And then go after Whisper's brains. I'm going to go after his brains. I'm going to go after those with the 2 dice, or the 2 Whisper dice. Yeah, okay, we're going to go after that. I get to roll how many purple? 2? All right, 2 purple against Whisper. Now, I probably could kill Whisper if I were to use her card to give her the ability to gain 3 dice, but I don't think I'm going to. I'm just going to hope for the best here. I need brains. Let's see if we get brains. I got 2 wilds. That's actually perfect. Okay, that was way better than I thought was going to happen. So there's 1, 2 brains, 3, 4 brains, 5 brains. Discard this card. But I'm going to gain that card back because of the camera. The camera is going to spend a charge. When a domain card enters the discard pile, you may spend 1 charge to immediately acquire it. I'm going to do that. I'm going to acquire this card back. So I am down. I still have all of my cards. All right, and Whisper is dead. With Whisper dead, I am going to gain 2 of these, which is going to be awesome. I'll put my existence onto my character sheet. That'll help protect her when it's going to be our pillar's turn. That cost me 2 mental capacity going down to there. Now it's going to be Ashford's turn. Oh my gosh. Ashford's going to gain a domain, or going to do a domain action. He's just going to gain some things here. He got nothing that's going to help him. Nothing that's going to help him. That's awesome. Yellow and green brains. And then he also is going to gain 1 yellow finger. That's great. Okay. The reason I don't want to move is it's going to then, this person's going to activate and its next power teleports it someplace random. So I pretty much need, so I am going to move with him, kind of getting to a more centralized location. I'm going to move him to the laboratory. 1, 2 to right there. That's 2 mental capacity. Everybody is here. We're going to start with Ashford's malformation arcane knowledge. Before we do what he says, there is something else that is taking part in this that I forgot. Whenever you attack either the Sophia student or the arcane knowledge, you have to spend a Sophia's fusion point. So it's going to go down to 7 because I've made 1 attack against him. His card here says every wanderer within X space of arcane is going to gain 1 slow card equal to the total number of existence. Then arcane is going to transport himself. There isn't anybody that is within 1 space because he only has 1. So at this point, he's just going to teleport himself. Come on, arcane knowledge, go someplace that's going to help me out here. What'd you get, a 2? That's right where I am. That's absolutely hilarious. Okay, so he's right there. I need to, oh boy. Okay, well actually that's very good. I was really hoping he would, well, you know what? Nope, that's perfect. That is absolutely perfect. I can move 1 space away and attempt to rock him. But before we do, this is going to activate. A wanderer in her space deals 3, if a wanderer in her space, Sophia deals 3 damage to a wanderer in her space. This is active no matter what, even if I had this token. Then she moves 1 space towards toward the terror nearest her. There aren't any terrors on the board. The nearest wanderer tests 3 for that. Fail, receives 3 damage or spawn a terror in your space. Okay, so I'm going to take 3 blue damage, and I think that's about it. Sophia can only roll 1 blue die. Oh, she blocked 1. That's fantastic. So she blocks 1 of the 3 damage coming in. So she's going to lose 1 and 2. There we go. She lost 2. That's totally fine. From here, I'm going to move 1 space over to here using 1 mental capacity. Sophia is going to use 1 to gain some domains. She's just going to roll up 3 purple dice and try to get some domains. I love those. She got 2 hands and she got a wild. That is absolutely wild. But it's perfect for fighting against this person here because I can use that gun and I can go through another one. That roll was perfect. I am 1 space away, so I'm going to spend 3 mental capacity, 1, 2, 3, going down to 0 for him to attack there through the blue brain. He gets to roll 5 blue dice. All right, only got 4. We'll see how these dice pan out here. I'm looking for brains. I got 2 brains and a wild. That's 3. Woof. 3. Then I've got 2 blue brains in my storehouse. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a wild. That's 6. I am going to spend 1 of, oh, I get to roll 1 more die. I get to roll 1 more die. So I get to roll another one in. Oh, it's not a hand blue, but I'm going to also put another one in using Sophia's skull. She's going to set another one in. Oh, she's going to get another one. Okay. Well, we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 damage because I'm going to discard this. That's a wild blue. Discard that card, totally fine. I'm not going to need that anymore. And that's going to be the end of his turn. I am going to grab the blue one that she spent in his skull domain. Why not? All right. That was 6 damage. He's down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage. So he's down to 3 health left. The only problem is now I can only hit him through the yellow eye. And because I killed him, I am going to spawn I am going to spawn a terror. We have Murmur. Murmur is out on the board now. Murmur is going to be awesome. Murmur's going to spawn in the pillar here and is going to go to town. Murmur starts at 5. Sadly, that's way more than any of our characters have. So we're going to start with Murmur here. It's going to move 1 space toward the nearest wanderer. It doesn't need to. It's actually in that space. So that's awesome. So bad things are probably going to happen here. It says here a wanderer within a non-exhausted coda card in its space. This is true. I do have a non-exhausted coda card of a wanderer in Murmur's space. Let's take a look at this. It says here, wanderer randomly exhausts 1 coda card from the wanderer in Murmur's space. Murmur then deals damage to the wanderer according to the sentience icons on the coda card's back, each icon becoming 1 damage of that color. Oh, yuck. Okay, and it's random. All right, so this is gonna happen twice. This is gonna kill her. All right, I've got 3 coda cards here. We're gonna do this one. Oh boy, I'm gonna take 3 yellow, 1 green, 1 blue, and 2 purple. Now that's gonna cost 2. I'm going to roll a whole ton of dice here looking for eyeballs on all of these. All right, so I'm going to take 1 green. I'm not going to take the green. I'm going to have blocked that. So I'm taking 0 from the green. I got the blue eye. I'm taking 0 from the blue eye. I got a wild, so I'm taking 0 from the purple. The yellow, I'm taking 2 damage because I did get a wild down here. And so I am only taking 2 because there are 3 yellow and I was only able to block 1. I am going to spend 1 yellow token from the yellow eye, and I am going to have Ashford grab that, meaning he's done that twice this round, and I'm only going to take 1 damage. And we're going to remove 1 of these to do it. Spoiler alert, he's in the same spot. 1, 2, he's going to spend 2 again to do the same thing. We're going to grab 1 of these 2 cards because this one's exhausted now. I only have 2 cards left. We'll shuffle them up a little bit and we'll do this one. I'm going to take all of that damage now, so let's roll that up. Hopefully we do as well as we did last time. Let's roll these up, check our card. Our card says green eyes. We have 2. First let's start with the yellow. The yellow I'm good. I'm taking no damage from the yellow. The blue is good. I'm taking no damage from the blue. I'm taking 1 from the red because I cannot roll any red, so I will lose my last existence here. Next, blue, red, green. I'm going to take 1 damage from the green. I'm going to take that 1 damage. I don't have any way of stopping that anymore. Actually, that's not true. I did have a green wild, but I decided to save it. I'm going to save it. I think that's going to be a better plan. And I totally forgot about my cards. I keep forgetting about my cards. I should have rolled 3 blue for what's-his-name to be able to do 3 more. If I would have gotten 3 brains on these dice, because I could have gave him some shards or some domains, I could have spent my cards, the parts of the body. I could have rolled these up, but if you'd have gotten 3 brains, he didn't, which would have been good, and thank goodness, all right. He could have actually done the 3 damage I need to take out the malformation, but that didn't happen. All right, it's her turn. Boy, what is she going to do? I've already done a domain action, but I'm going to use this token to do a free domain action with her, and then I think she's going to attack Whisper, I think. I got a wild brain and a skull, and now I'm going to spend 2 mental capacity to murder Whisper. Whisper is just going to die. Or sorry, not Whisper, Murmur. Murmur has 6 health. I'm going to attack through purple, and I'm going to attack through the purple skull is what I'm going to do. I'm going to roll up my 2 purple, but it doesn't really matter because I've got enough stuff just to kill him straight up. So let's take these dice out of here. I'm just going to roll 2 purple right here for you. See how it goes here. I got wild, so that's 1. Then 2, 3 from my gun, 4 from this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I've got a 5th one here. And he only has 5. Oh, he does have 6. So Murmur's going to take 6. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all of them. I'm going to have Ashford grab a... Does he need a purple? He's going to grab a purple... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. This isn't her. This is Sophia Student's one. I forgot to draw the ones for Murmur. Let's see what ones Murmur has. I might not even be able to attack him through one of those. Let's see what we got. I have to put the skull, these 2 back, and these 2 back. So instead, I could attack through the wild or an eye or a brain. I guess we'll do the brain, which would pretty much have the same outcome here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I did roll a wild for 6. So that is going to do the 6 damage to kill Murmur. I apologize. I forgot to put the riffs out. I'm going to gain 2 existence from that. So I'll put that on her board, which should hopefully help her. Oh, no, they're right. So then we go. That was Murmur. Murmur is dead. We did well. But we used a lot of our resources to do that, but at least that won't attack again, and it is off the board. I still have to worry about the pillar, though. And now it's both the pillar and our malformation's turn. Oh, yuck. Okay, let's have Let's have the malformation go next, I guess. Let's see what it does. Well, it's going to do its third thing here. Every wanderer within X, which is one space of it, is going to gain a weakened card. So I'm going to gain one weakened card, which is going to lower my health by 1, if I remember right. Deal 1 less damage during an attack action. At the end of the attack, at the end of the action phase, you may spend 2 hand domains of any sentience to discard this card. Barf. All right, so he's got a weakened card. Yuck. And now he teleports away again. He's going to go to 9, which is way over here. Oh, it's over in the swamp. Barf. That will lower its mental capacity down to 0. We have the student now, who is going to deal 3 damage, blue. I can only roll 1 blue die, I believe, for Sophie. So we're just going to take the damage. I got a brain, so that doesn't protect me at all. So she's going to take 3. I'm going to remove 2 of these from the board, and I'm just going to take 1 damage, putting myself to 3 damage that I've taken. I can take a total of 7 more. I could be stopping this damage with some other shenanigans I have, but I'm not going to. I'm saving a lot of my stuff to hopefully finally finish off the malformation next round. She has 1 more mental capacity left. She's done a domain action. She's done everything she can really do with all of her stuff. I could move her 1 space, but I don't know if moving's really going to do it. Also, I have to put a token here to signify that I attacked from that space. I think I'm just going to end my turn and reset all these. The pillar goes to 4, he goes to 6, and we go to 8. I think is the plan here. I'm going to remove all the tokens from our card, which is going to be what's going to save us. We're going to go into the next round. We have not won yet. He's going to use a move action, 1, 2, 3 to move there with his card, with the actual card here, to do a free move of 3. Now he's going to make an attack action for 2. 1, 2, it's going to cost him 3 because he's 1 space away, and I have to be 1 space away in order to hit him because our arcane malformation has 1 existence. I need to attack him through the yellow eye. I don't think there's any way I can fail this. I've got 4 yellow that can hit him right now. 1, 2, 3, 4 yellow. There's 4 right now that can hit him. And I get to roll 2 more. So I get to roll 2 more to hit him. He has 3. So rolling 2 more, I got another eye. So that's 5 eyes total that are going to be doing damage to him. He only has 3 left, and I'm weakened. So I do take 1 more. I have to take 1 success away. That's still 4. That's enough to take him out. So we were able to take him out. We didn't do any damage to the pillar though. So that could really affect our end game. But for now, we were able to defeat Arcane Knowledge, and we have won game 1 of the body. Let's go check it out. Your distorted images twist as you fight him with every ounce of willpower and strength you have left. You claw at your doppelganger and focus your mind, struggling to rip out the bit of your soul he has replaced with his own withering darkness. Finally, the entity staggers, leaning against the altar for support. You feel the bond between you weakening, fraying the edges. Tentacles slither up your arm as he looks at you. You fight against a force you cannot possibly win, Ashford, he says. I'm not willing to give up yet, you say. I am here to undo my mistakes. Just give me her. The other you presses. Then I'll leave you in peace. Not on your life, you hiss, or mine. The other you fractures, his being fragmenting. This isn't finished, he growls, his eyes bubbling in his skull. You'll submit to the ritual one way or the other. His jaw unhinges, dropping to the floor as his eyes overfill their sockets and spill down his cheeks. His tongue lolls in the air, searching for the teeth and bone that held it in place. It snakes up, swiping across the upper teeth and lip before unspooling in a ribbon of muscle and spilling onto the altar's surface. Finally, the bubbling, multiplying eyes, looking more like bunches of grapes, become too great for the optic nerves that keep them attached to the head. The fibers snap, and the cancerous eyes fall, erupting in a splatter of white goo as they hit the altar's stone edge and burst. Your mirror self shifts. Then fractures race up, down, and across his surface, and he explodes in a shower of tiny glass shards. The candles flicker, then blow out. Darkness consumes you. Then a voice echoes through the arid, blackened temple. Soon you will welcome me, Ashford, it says. Soon you will understand the ritual has already begun. With the pillar of Sophie, you are the body, and you are trapped. The 4 pillars surround the black altar in the dark temple's center, each with their occupant, Thomas, Andrew, Dr. Ashford, and you. Flickering candlelight illuminates the walls of bone and the floor of teeth in which you sit, bound to the pillar behind you. The ritual begins. Or has it been finished? You see Thomas straining against the pillar across the altar. He calls your name, but you cannot stand or move. Your spine has fused to the others that form the pillar. Your body is part of it now. And though your arms and legs flail, you can't escape without ripping the spinal cord from your body. Your body. With growing horror, you look down at your helpless form. Something is inside you, and it wants out. It's been growing, pushing, pulsing inside your stomach. It's finally ready to be born. If your mind were whole, you might have wondered how the monstrosity growing inside you would emerge into the world. Would you deliver it like a baby, straining or pushing, knowing you were birthing the end of everything? Or would it be torn from inside you in a spray of blood and agony? But your mind is not whole. And that time for wondering is over. The thing inside you pulses once, twice, then bursts through your stomach with so much force that it tears your body from the pillar holding your spine. Your lower half is gone. Only your arms hold up what's left of you, your shoulders, neck, and head. This remnant of your body sinks to the floor as you watch the blob of flesh you gave birth to withering on the obsidian altar in front of you. It has no form or shape other than the suggestion of tentacles, perhaps a hunger, toothy beak of a mouth clacks somewhere in its center. I am your mother, you hear yourself say as your consciousness melts away. A mother should take care of her own child. So we have completed this, and it says the Wanderer Ashford gains a final legacy card, the Body. Unlock and place all Sophia's existence cards into Ashford's existence deck. Ashford may purchase them at any further games from now on. That's super cool. I would totally purchase parts of the Body. That's a hugely powerful card. So good. Okay. Then, if players have unlocked the domain card, the Talisman, Sophia helps it. Okay, I don't have that. The Talisman, I don't have that. I do get to record 1 Ashford fusion point. Okay, mental note, go for more of those probably, because we actually only use 3 of these. Actually, this should be at 6, because it started at 9, and I attacked it 3 times, so it should be at 6 for her, which might carry over. We'll see. Let's continue reading. Record the total number remaining pillar tokens on the Pillar of Sophie card. There's 3. I'm going to record Ashford and Sophie's sentience values, withered cards, and legacy cards. Ashford will appear in the next game. Sophia and the Pillar Sophia will appear in the ultimate finale. Discard any other components and wanderers. If Ashford and Sophia's sentience values change due to discarding these components, adjust their final sentience values on their sentience sheet accordingly. So, for example, if I would have kept that 1 card that gave me +1 to, whoops, not that one, where's the other one here? That gives me +1 to my attacks, there it is, +1 red, I would be, since I'm discarding that, that would change his sentience value and that would happen. Though, the other ones don't. Now, I wonder if I keep the Coda cards. Did I catch that I keep the Coda cards? Because that would really change their sentience values. Otherwise, they're just going to go back to their normal sentience values. I think you'd keep the Coda cards. Those really make a difference in this game. All right, anyway, that's that. We'll go through all of that, and that's the deal. But we'll do that in the next video. There you have it. This was Dawn of Madness. This is one of the new expansions that has just come out. This is the Forgotten Void. There are 3 missions that are going to involve students, I'm guessing, and the final one is going to involve all of them with the pillars and everything, and we're going to have to, it's going to be mass chaos flying around. You could call this the 2nd edition of the game. So some of the cool things that they do now have is I did really appreciate this. This is really cool. It gives me the ability to make sure I'm keeping track of all the stuff that I use for each of my rounds. That's really neat. I like that. I also like the fact that they have these now, so I can mark whether or not I've done a search or domain or trade action. I hope this playthrough has helped you get some ideas of how to play the game, maybe give you some strategies on how you can win. I know this game is tough. I have lost quite a few times. This mission didn't seem as tough as some of the other ones. I'm sure this is going to ramp up as this goes forward. because the ending wasn't too tough to get to, is only get 20 of those cards. That wasn't too hard comparatively to some of the other missions I've played. If you're looking for more plays of this game, I did a complete playthrough of the core game when it first came out on the channel. You can look for that in the channel. I can even try to put a link to it in the description of this video. There is a playlist for it if you're interested in seeing it. Hopefully some of the hints I gave you during the game help you when you go to play this game. For example, these are huge. Get all 4 of those as fast as you can out on your board if you can get some. And if you don't like the ones you got, keep going for ones you like. Also, make sure that you're also buying your powers. That's also key. And if you have the ability, one-shotting bad guys, if you can, is always your best bet. Don't leave them out there. They're going to creep up and try to take you out. Getting rid of the enemies off the board is huge. If you're also not into making this more difficult or keeping the difficulty what it is, they did implement 2 different ways to help you get through that. One is this card down here does have any action that you can use with any amount of people, and you can be used once, which is like a free action you can use, which is kind of cool. I like that. Also, there is a story mode in the core game that changes some of the entries in the storybook for each of the 4 different wanderers, making the game more of a narrative experience and less of putting out enemies and having to deal with them. But that is really the fun of this game for me, is trying to play out that puzzle of how to get the enemies off the board while still retaining the ability to keep myself going in this game and getting the things done I need to have done. Doing domain actions is also huge. Having you a good stockpile of domains is also huge in this game. It's going to help you a lot. So there you have it. I hope you enjoyed the playthrough of Dawn of Madness. If you did, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell symbol so you know when more content comes out. Also, please feel free to leave anything in the comments section below. I would love to hear from everyone. Have you had a chance to play this yet? Are you still expecting your copy? I would like to know where you are and how you feel about this game. Also, if you're interested in supporting the channel, the link to the Patreon is located in the description of this video. Those that have supported the channel are located here on the screen. Thank you so much for your patronage. It means the world to me. The Patreon supporters get a few perks. One of them is they get to watch Colin and my playthroughs usually a day or 2 ahead of time without commercial interruptions. On top of them, we give them the ability to help influence our games when it comes to choosing what to play, who to play, and how to advance our characters in some of our campaign games. We put out polls for our Patreons to help us decide how those transpire, giving them the ability to affect the game that Colin and I play. So there you go. That is Dawn of Madness. Thank you so much for watching. Colin and I have coming up, then I need you to meet me at the table.